baby, I love you. If you ain't running game, say my name, say my name.
Oh my gosh.
Oh no, here we go.
Oh my goodness.
It's the reboot.
Are we live?
We are live.
All right. Good evening and happy Pride, everyone. I'm your host and DM, Mick Holmes, and welcome to another episode of Top 10 Wagon Explosions. Our adventurers began their last session with our paladin Pavu and our warlock Zeros returning to Valaki after being cursed by Vargui. Unable to find a cure, they sought out an old woman of the woods named Yenny Greenteeth.
Not all of us were down with that.
That's true. Some of you sought out an old woman in the woods named Yenny Greenteeth. There, they learned that she was a fiendish hag in disguise, though she was still willing to cure the curse in exchange for strange favors, such as specific lengths of hair or an account of their family tree. While Zeros agreed, Pavu required some convincing through our bard Reven's magic. Departing Yenny's, our adventurers headed towards the mysterious tower on the lake. The Troka reading by Madame Eva suggested a secret that could help them lays within it. Parked outside was a strange barrel-topped Vistani wagon painted purple. When Reven secretly attempted to pick the wagon's door, he unwittingly triggered a chain reaction of nearly 1,000 vials of alchemist fire, instantly killing himself and our cleric Delvin. In death, Reven and Delvin were approached by a strange spirit that offered to raise them, much like what happened to Zeros. While Reven accepted and awoke, seemingly unharmed, Delvin did not. Before our adventurers had time to face his death, the owner of the wagon returned. A wounded Vistani woman approached aggressively, believing the adventurers to be spies of Strahd. Tensions flared, and our adventurers attacked and subdued her, attempting to interrogate her. But she responded with a Vistani curse on Reven, blinding him.
Just for those of you watching at home, that was 2 curses, by the way.
2 curses, yes.
For those keeping score.
I went for all of the curses last game session.
After this curse, Pavu slayed her, perhaps fulfilling Madame Eva's prophecy about Pavu's rage. He took her magical weapons and jacket and tossed her body in the smoldering wreckage of her wagon. Guiding the blind Reven and carrying Delvin's body, they returned to Valaki. While some of the party went to the church, Reven and the sorcerer Elphaba went to the Blue Water Inn, where Rictavio was able to cure Reven's blindness. They learned then that the Vistani woman, Esmeralda de Avenir, was very dear to Rictavio. Can't believe I just forgot his name, like, in the middle of the sentence.
That one dude.
We join our adventurers no further in their quest, but without a great ally and friend.
I hate losing a great ally.
They make getting around town so much faster.
Ally and friend.
I mean, you never know when you're going to need those allies.
Allies are good.
I mean, you're trying to skulk away and you've lost your ally.
That's how we say it in Canada.
Is that it? Okay.
No,
My bad.
no, I don't think
My
that's
bad.
a thing.
It's totally a thing.
That's completely a thing. Yeah. Some of you went to the church. I believe Pavu, Corvus, and Zeros. I was about to say and Delvin, but and
He's at the church.
When you get there, the priest and Irina Kolyana are there. Father Petrovic sees that Delvin is wounded or dead, and offers to do a ceremony for the Morning Lord, and will get his gravedigger to dig a grave throughout the night, so Delvin can be buried there this morning, or in dawn.
With the dawn.
He claims that it is important for these ceremonies to be completed, as the dead sometimes rise if not properly tended to. Do you guys accept Father Petrovic's offer?
Yes, we accept the. Yes, Father, we will accept the offer of your casting of ceremony, as long as you do not put too much of the Morning Lord into the ceremony. That was not his way.
I know him to be a member of Ogma. I haven't heard of that religion, but I will do my best to follow his wishes. Zeros and Reven, you guys went, Elphaba and Reven, you guys went to the inn. Rotavio last week told you that he had seen, or that he knew Esmeralda and was very saddened by her departure, as he is for Delvin, and sort of left you guys abruptly, leaving you guys in the inn. What would you guys like to do?
I thought, weren't we on our way back to the church?
Yeah, for sure. You guys meet up at the church. I believe some of you wish to do an overnight vigil there. The priests will, accept this, but he's kind of like, well, this is my home, but please stay if it will make you happier.
Where are we gonna? Is there a spot to keep Delvin's body?
He does have some extra coffins in the Undercroft. He will bring one up and let him lay in that, in the brightly lit upper chamber.
I will draw my two-handed sword and stand a vigil. Point into the wooden floor, just standing.
Very sweet, unexpected coming from Pavu. Zeros and Reven, you guys find yourself unable to enter the church.
Yeah, I will stand vigil outside.
See,
Okay.
that's right. That would have been bad for me.
I'm just gonna look up at this guy. I'm very annoyed at you right now.
Yeah, it's definitely become night now. You guys arrived sort of at sundown, and people are starting to take torches out and go back to their homes. What would you guys like to do for the night? Go back to the inn except for Pavu, or keep that vigil going overnight outside? Keep in mind, many of you are very hurt and could definitely use a long rest.
I could definitely use a long rest. Not so much for the hurt because reasons, but the spells would be useful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I'll keep vigil until I can't, and then I just, from exhaustion, fall asleep.
At some point in the night, I will go boot him awake and allow him to stand vigil so I can get a few hours sleep as well.
Okay. Yeah, I'll let you guys, if you take some extra hours in your vigil, to everyone get a long rest, even if you're staying up part of the night. I posted in the chat the long rest rules again. During the nights, some of you have dreams. Elphaba, you dream of animals parading through Valaki. 3 in particular catch your eye. You see a tiger that prowls out of the western gates, heading directly towards the tower. It looks at nothing else. You see a sickly mole, small but determined, digging its way into the church doors. Once inside, it digs straight down. Finally, a raccoon peers at you from atop the walls of Valaki. A second identical raccoon pokes its head up from beyond the walls and chitters to the first. They look directly into your eyes, and you sense they want to help you.
Or they just want shiny stuff from you. I mean, or trash.
Not unlikely.
They are trash pandas, so.
Zeros, your dream. You are in a cramped, dim room with no doors, though the walls stretch up beyond your vision. Each wall is made of solid amber. In the center of the room, floating in the air at your height, is a small shard of something crystalline, about the size of your hand. It speaks. You have suffered a setback, but continue your previous course. You must find me. Since all of you enjoyed a massive massively terrible experience, I'm gonna have everyone roll me despair wisdom saves with a disadvantage.
Ugh.
Pooh.
Luckily, Delvin isn't here and doesn't have to do it.
That's right.
I guess the 7 is not very good, huh?
It's supposed to be a wisdom save.
Actually,
So-
from the sheet.
Oh no.
That suits me just fine.
Yeah.
Nice.
Let's see, where are you, Wisdom? There you are.
Oh wait, never mind. Can I use luck to roll again? Or
Yeah, if you'd like.
Wow, that was 2 really shitty rolls.
Wow, dude.
damn. Okay.
well.
Never mind.
Oh, jeez.
Getting
You
that shit out of the way
guys,
early.
man.
All right, so let's see. Revan, you, despite your
I
being
sleep.
possibly the one who killed Delvin, you know,
I
it's
like it, baby.
I sleep like a baby.
you're fine. You're okay.
I'm cold-blooded
Everyone
like
else.
that.
Let's see.
I feel like I've already got a thing. I've already got a despair thing, I think.
Looking through, I don't see one, but
Okay.
I could be wrong.
Let's roll for a new one. It's more fun anyway.
There we go. Despair. Elphaba, you wake up and you feel kind of achy. Your body is beginning to crumble under the weight of this world, and you have disadvantage on dexterity ability checks.
Great.
Zeros, you unfortunately find it difficult to find humor in things, and most certainly in yourself. You have disadvantage on charisma persuasion checks.
Oh, that would be a horrible one for me.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, but he didn't have a mouth until like 10 minutes ago, so it's probably okay.
Pavu has a strange one. He becomes eager to accept others at face value. You have
Aw.
disadvantage on your wisdom insight checks. And
right.
finally,
Role-playing.
Corvus. You have no, someone already has that. You have strange visions and sourceless whispers occasionally tugging at your perception. You have disadvantage on wisdom perception checks.
Oh, perception.
Well-
I'm the perception.
Oh yeah.
You are
Oh,
the
and you are the...
perception.
Yeah, that's not
Oh.
good.
Should
Okay,
be-
guys, we're going to have to actually look for shit ourselves now.
Eat a pie.
Yeah. We have pie.
You and the
Yeah,
pies.
you eat that pie.
We should be concerned that our monk is developing a taste for human flesh.
Children's flesh.
Yeah, it's very specific.
Oh,
but-
good.
Now that it's been
Again.
confirmed.
So you wake up in the morning, rested, if not happy.
Remind me where the long rest button is.
In the macros tab.
In the
Oh.
what?
Macros tab on the right in like the chat drop down. If you go to the one right next to the cog, there's a little hamburger menu.
We need to have our tokens out, right?
Oh yeah, you do need your tokens. Give me 1 sec.
I would gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today.
I will put you on this thing so you can.
So we just click the long rest?
Yes, select your token, then click long
Oh,
rest.
select the token and click the long rest. Gotcha. Did anything happen?
You would have to check your spell sheets. It just gives you back
It did not.
hit dice, hit
Oh
points.
yeah,
and
it
skill
actually
points.
did. Okay.
You can actually put it in your macro bar, so it's down at the bottom too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Elphaba, do you want me to run it for you, or?
No.
Mhm.
Click that. Click in
No.
your token. Now click on the long rest there.
Thank you.
But I think you have to do your spell slots yourself.
Yeah. Well,
Oh, do you?
the count you don't, but if you marked a spell you used before, you will have to uncheck it. I don't think
Okay.
that really matters for anything other than the fact that you know that you cast it, but still.
Yeah. Remember that in 5th edition, you don't do specific slots. Like if you cast Charm Person, you can cast it as long as you have it known, you can cast it as many times per day as you want.
As many spell slots as you have.
Yeah, as long as you have spell slots left.
Yep.
So you wake up in the inn, or church, or wherever you are, and feel, physically better. What would you guys like to do?
Let's meet back up at the church and figure out next steps, shall we?
Yeah, heading to the church. It is a foggy and cold, chilly morning. A drizzle spreads down on you guys, spits down on you guys. You meet up at the church. Those of you who were at the church, actually, throughout the night, you heard that the gravedigger, what is his name? I will get you his name in a moment. The gravedigger had spent all night digging grave for Delvin, and the priest will hold a proper ceremony. It should only take a few minutes if you would like to observe.
I would, yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
He gets man, what is his name? Roll20 is kind of being a little slow for me right now. I apologize.
I think his name is Bob.
His name is Milivoy. Milivoy
Nailed it.
Yeah, pretty close.
Bob Milivoy.
Almost.
Milivoy and Father Petrovic lower Delvin's body into the ground in a coffin, and they don't have a customized sort of gravestone for him, but they place a tasteful gravestone. He has etched the symbol of Ogma into it. They lower him into the grave, and Father Petrovic says a few words. This man is a man of the cloth and a man of knowledge. We will be forever lesser without him. May the Morning Lord see him out of the walls of Barovia and into his arms, the arms of Ogma. And he, says other pious type things. I don't actually know what people say at a funeral. But it's over and done with in about 5 minutes, and the priest goes back inside. Irina is there, and she is a little depressed at the moment, watching from the window because she has been told from you guys to not go outside.
I've got something I want to say. I didn't know Delvin for a very long time, but of course we spent some time in captivity, and I wanted to say that I was always very impressed by the care that he gave to the other slaves that were amongst us, always putting them ahead of himself, and don't think I've met somebody quite as knowledgeable and as selfless as he was, and I'll miss that. Wherever you are, Delvin, we miss you.
He's in the ground.
You're making the DM cry. Make a dexterity save. So Reven, as you're giving your heartfelt words, you and Pavu actually notice that the graveyard sort of sits right next to the northern wall of Vallaki, and from atop the wall, the spiked wooden things, there is two little faces poking out of the edge, and you recognize them as raccoons watching you.
Huh.
As soon as they notice you guys spot them, they immediately duck back down.
Intriguing.
That was a strange-looking rodent.
Trash panda.
Alfaba is going to share with Riven and Pavu and tell them that I have had a dream about these raccoons, and I believe that they would like to help us.
Raccoons.
Yes.
Are they gonna steal trinkets for us?
I don't think they're gonna steal trinkets for us.
Are they gonna dive into trash cans for it? I'm very confused right now.
You know, I'm a little confused myself. It's just a dream. But I've seen these raccoons before.
I had a dream last night that I was chasing a floating bottle of booze downstairs and was serenaded by a group of gnomes, and they were all wearing tutus. Does that symbolize something?
Yes.
Possibly.
Something.
Maybe you had too much to drink.
I think you're
Maybe
right
you need
about
to
that.
You don't have to go with my dream. Just simply sharing what I dreamed.
Interesting.
Elphaba, do you have your gloves?
Yes.
If you would,
What? I can't hear you.
would you lend me a flame? I'm going to light several candles and place them on top of the tombstone.
Okay. You do that. You sense probably nothing. Yeah.
Well-
Without further ado, what is your plan for the rest of the day? Unless you guys would like to do any more sad and solemn role playing and making me feel really bad about killing off
I
a
actually do, but
I assume this is just punishment for the DM.
can we? Perhaps we should meet back at the end. But would you mind if I have a moment?
Do you mention that to the party?
To the party, yeah.
Well, party.
I'll nod my head and begin walking. And I'm going to walk the wall, actually, instead of going back to the road.
Okay, the wall is about like 15 feet up. There's a narrow walkway, but you can only enter the walkway at the gates.
Oh, I was going to walk along the wall.
Okay. Yeah, walking along the wall, you occasionally hear a chittering of a raccoon. And that's about it. Nothing really triggers your like danger sense or anything.
There's a 15-foot walkway. It's 15 feet up.
It's 15 feet up, yeah.
If I look at this tree right there, is it close enough to the...
I mean, that is approximately 120 feet away.
A short jump.
Yeah, I would say you'd be able to. The wall itself, like the edge of the walkway, would be about 12 feet up, which is something you could easily do, being a 20-foot man.
I'm going to try and hop up there.
Yeah, for sure. Make me an athletics check. Very small athletics check, or very easy athletics check, rather.
Yes, let me find that thing on the place with stuff.
Easy. Yeah, you hoist yourself up there.
I'm going to look
without-
and see if I can see what's chittering at me through the wall.
You see a few feet away, there is a number of bushes outside, and you spot a little ringed tail dart into the bushes. It's just a raccoon.
He has rabies.
Raku rabies. I'm going to hang out for a few minutes.
Yeah,
What-
the raccoons don't appear again. They... sorry, Revan, you are...
Yeah, once I know everybody is gone and I've had time to myself, I'm gonna actually step up to Delvin's grave and I'm gonna say, you know, I know this. I'm not the best person in the world, and I know that you were always there to try to steer me right, and actually, I'm sorry for what happened. It wasn't my intention that things went down the way they did, and I hope that you can find it in your heart, wherever you might be, to forgive me.
Delvin, wherever you are,
You're like, screw that guy.
do you forgive? Would you
Yes.
forgive Reven?
Yes.
All right.
Does.
Darn it,
Reven,
you're not
you-
supposed to be magnanimous. That just makes it worse.
Reven, you sense as you say this, you sense nothing because Delvin is dead.
That's right. I am no longer on this plane. Thank goodness.
Gahana.
And then I will make my way back to the inn.
Yeah, as you guys enter the inn, there is food ready for you by the Mardikovs. Though Pavu and Corvus, you guys both notice that the Mardikovs seem to be a little bit wary of you guys. They definitely don't ask you if anything's gone wrong because they already know that Delvin has died, but they don't mention it. You'd think they'd be a little bit friendlier.
Do we see Rictavio in the bar?
Rictavio is
whatever.
not there. Danica gets you guys eggs and wolf bacon.
Wolf bacon.
It's the best bacon.
Wolf bacon.
Yeah, is there any what do you guys want to discuss at this time?
Can we find ourselves like a corner table where we can't be overheard?
Yeah, there's a few
Okay.
nooks and crannies you can find.
Okay. So, a couple of things I wanted to discuss. First of all, you know, with having lost Delvin, I'm feeling kind of a bit, I've had to look back on a few things that I've done recently, and I wanted to say something to you, in particular, Pavu. That business back at the Hag's Hut, I was out of line. I shouldn't have done that. I did it out of concern for you, but I shouldn't have done it, and I apologize.
As Pavu failed his saving throw and has no idea that you ensorcelled him, which I looked up. I looked up the spell you used. I'm going to give Riven a beleaguered look and say...
I talked you into doing something that you probably wouldn't have done otherwise. I shouldn't have said what I said.
The time for restitution with the hag is coming. You can show me your sorrow over the event at that time. I take you at your word.
Well, so what do we want to do? The festival, I think, is imminent, right? Is it
Tomorrow.
tomorrow?
Yeah, tomorrow at noon.
Do we want to go try to see what we can salvage from the tower? I don't know that we'll find anything, but it seems a waste for us not to go and at least investigate a bit.
I would be up for that. I'd like to see Jenny again as well.
Aye.
But first, I feel like shit. Let's have a drink.
Aye. To Delvin.
To Delvin. I'm gonna bust out the... the fancy wine and get us all a drink.
All right. Yeah, you all have a toast to like a 8 a.m. toast to Delvin.
What's the matter with that?
False.
You feel just a little bit better, but you notice that your wineskin is getting quite empty.
But I have 2 barrels.
2 small kegs.
Damn it, that's not nearly as cool as 2 barrels.
They're wine casks, so about... yay big.
All right. So am I down to 1?
Yeah, I'd say you're down to 1.
All
Probably
right.
tap that one just to get the last drop.
All right. We're also going to have to go see these wine mongers.
So, another thing, so And I'm going to make double sure that nobody's listening in. Nobody's paying attention to us.
That's correct. You think that Danica is sort of trying, or at least tried at the beginning, but is no longer paying much mind to you. She's off at the opposite corner,
Okay.
going about her business.
So, it would seem to me that we've picked up a few of these silvered weapons. I think there's a reason that people are carrying them. We now have 3 of them. I would suggest that these get distributed a little bit more widely. Pavo, would you want to carry one with you? You know, and actually, I was thinking perhaps if we could find a blacksmith in town, perhaps we could apply the silver to another weapon, melt it down.
Those jolly huntsmen owe me a long sword now that you mention it. One moment. I'm gonna step. Boop-a-doo.
Mhm.
And I'm gonna ask the Raven Lady here.
Danica, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I said, the Raven Lady. Danica, the huntsmen who were in here the other evening, remind me of their names, would you?
Oh, do you mean Soldar and Yevgeny?
Yes, yes. Which is the one that makes the silvered weapons?
I believe Yevgeny is the smith.
Do they have a house here in town?
They do. It is about 2 blocks north of here.
Could you mark it on my map?
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
While
I will add a proper quest marker. Sorry. Well, Pavu,
Can it be a golden exclamation point?
I will do my best. So while Pavu is doing that,
Yeah, while Pavu's gone, I'm just going to kind of lean in really close and whisper to everybody. I don't think that we're going to be welcome in this town much longer.
Why do you
I
say
just
that?
have a really bad feeling. And I think that we should try and move on if we can.
Because of Esmeralda, you mean?
I think that had a big impact. I mean, the barkeep and maid are treating us differently, and Rictavio was very upset. I think he holds a lot of sway in this town, and we need to take note.
I don't think we've crossed a line that can't be salvaged, but I think perhaps we should be wary about how we treat some of the townsfolk to try to rectify and perhaps regain some trust with them.
Should we just go ask them why they're acting weird?
Perhaps not in so many words, but certainly nothing says you can't take the direct approach.
I'm good with direct right now.
I think somebody with high charisma should be the more direct one. No offense. I'm not saying it's not you.
I'm not saying it should be me. I'm just saying we need answers. Let's go get stuff done.
I can go speak to the innkeepers if you think it would help.
It doesn't hurt to know.
All right.
It might save another person's life, because ultimately we did kill someone that these people cared about.
All right.
You can't sweep that under the rug.
Right. Well, I'll go speak.
No, but you can toss in the fire.
I'll go speak to Danica then. Yeah, I'll go and approach Danica.
okay. So Erwin has stepped up to Danica. He has noticed that Pavu is speaking to her and is basically just standing there to give her some support because Pavu is massive and terrifying.
That's right, I am.
So yeah, Danica and Erwin see Reven come up. Danica would tell you as well. Yes, so Soldar and Yevgeny, they have homes up north. They live right next to each other. Yevgeny is the one who does the smithing. They typically come in here about noon.
Well,
if you wish to wait for them.
I'm hoping to get an earlier start. We have some unfinished business out of town.
Yes, of course. And then Reven, I assume you step up, and
Yes.
Danica and Erwin will give you a polite nod.
Danica.
I'm gonna tell Riven as he walks up that I'm gonna go collect my weapon, and I'll be back in an hour.
Aye, sounds good. Danica, Erwin, do you mind if I have a word with you?
Yes, of course. Danica, why don't you go finish the stew? I'll speak to our friend here. And Danica kind of, you're not sure, but you think she might give you a little bit of a side eye as she walks by and goes into the kitchen. Sorry.
So, Erwin, question for you. I can't help but notice a bit of the somber mood here, and, obviously we suffered a bit of a loss, so I understand if some of it might indeed be because of some awkwardness in the fact that we lost a good friend of ours who we had traveled with through some hardships along the way, but,
Yeah.
Did you also know? I know Rictavio spoke of this Esmeralda. Did you know her as well?
No, I've never heard of an Esmeralda.
Hmm.
Perhaps that's why he left.
Yeah, it was an unfortunate bit of business. There was a misunderstanding, and she became quite aggressive. There was an accident with a wagon at the tower we were investigating, trying to learn some things so we could perhaps, lend some aid to the town. And there was an accident, and the wagon exploded. We're not entirely sure why, but this Esmeralda swept in like an avenging angel, as if we had done something wrong, and didn't give us any chance to explain ourselves. And she was grievously wounded in a fight that we sought desperately to not engage with, but I feel like Rictavio took it a bit hard. I just want to be sure that, there's no hard feelings here amongst us. We certainly don't want to be here to cause trouble. We're here to try to solve problems, not create them.
Of course. I completely understand. That must have been a terrible ordeal for you and your friends, especially with the loss of your elder friend there. I apologize for everything. And Reven, you aren't detecting any sort of deception in his voice, but Corvus, you're within earshot, and you just detect the littlest bit of like sarcasm in his voice when he says, yes, we trust you. But Reven, you don't have any sense of that.
I will. I wish this didn't sound like out of character knowledge, because I was really actually planning on this. It was to cast Detect Thoughts.
Does Detect Thoughts have like a verbal somatic component?
That's a good question. It does, but I was planning on using the flow of the conversation for that.
Okay, I would say you'd have to make a deception check to really hold it in.
Okay.
Or you could go out, you could go sort of behind the wall.
That's what I was thinking, is maybe go back to the table and then cast it. I forget what the range on that is.
Definitely not far.
Yeah.
Or rather, definitely not, too far. It's definitely 30 feet or something.
Let me look. Detect Thoughts.
Detect Thoughts 5e is 30 feet.
Okay, so I'll go back to the table and cast it from there.
Before you go back, Erwin will say, it's interesting to hear about that. I didn't hear that from Rictavio. He took his horse out, and I believe his wagon. They left this morning before dawn.
I'm sorry to hear that.
No, it's not a big issue. He often leaves for a few days at a time, but I'm sure he'll be back one day. Anyway, enjoy your breakfast.
Thank you.
He totters off to clean glasses.
All right, and I will go back to the table and cast Detect Thoughts.
Yeah. Can you click the spell and remind me what it does? Oh, a lot.
Oh, it does all the things.
So you can focus your mind on a creature within 30 feet. He has an intelligence of 3 and speaks your language. You initially learn the surface thoughts of the creature, what is most on its mind. His thoughts are essentially nervousness. He's definitely uncomfortable about you and your friends, and he's thinking about the safety of his family. If you want to probe deeper, he gets a wisdom save. Either way,
He'll know
the target
I'm probing.
He'll know you're probing, yes. The target knows you're probing its own mind, and unless you shift your attention to another creature, it can use a intelligence check constructed by your intelligence to end the spell.
Yeah, I'm not going to probe to the point where he knows I'm doing it. However, well, it's just a minute.
Yeah, you could go back and talk to him, because you can verbally ask him questions to naturally shape the course of his thoughts.
I'm gonna go back to the table quickly and ask Corvus to go up and just kind of ask him some questions, and I'll keep my probe up.
Okay. Corvus, you want to go and talk to Erwin?
I guess. So I just go up and I kind of wave him down. Excuse me, sir.
Yes, young man, what can I do for you?
Do you know any pie makers in town?
Pie makers? There's a bakery a few blocks away, I believe.
Have you had their pies?
They're
This isn't
not
the way I
very
was
good.
expected it to go.
Do you make pies?
Sorry, say that again?
Do you make pies?
No, I've never tried. We don't get much flour in the inn.
You should totally make pies. With that wolf bake.
I will take that under consideration.
I'm just
Now-
kind of like looking over my shoulder at
And I'm
someone
going, and Reven's going.
Reven, you can tell that his thoughts start off as pies. Oh yeah, there is a baker down the street. Why is he asking me about pies?
And Reven's
This is
going.
really weird.
Reven is thinking the exact same thing.
He takes a few steps away, heading towards the sort of back door to the kitchen. As he's talking, it's like, yeah.
And I'm just gonna run back. I don't know what you want me to do.
I was hoping that you would guide the conversation in a way that I could read him.
Ah,
He's
This is why Delvin should be here.
he goes back to the room and shuts the door
So
to the kitchen.
what I can tell you is this: they're suspicious of us. They don't trust us. They're worried about their safety around us. I suspect it has something to do with Danica's raven and what she might have seen. Though I can't believe that from the distance at which she might have observed anything that it would have been anything but vague.
I thought she was around the bend. That raven was around the bend.
It was at the end of the sort of land bridge.
Which was how far away from the tower?
A good couple hundred feet. Like, she was definitely far away, though birds can see well.
I'm not there, so I can't say nothing.
True. Speaking of you not there, you head up north to the doorway? Or to the Yevgeny's house. You knock on the door and sorry, do you knock on the door or do you just bash it down because you're Pavu?
That's a very good question.
Well, first I'm going to listen to see if I hear any blacksmithing.
You don't hear blacksmithing. You hear the sounds of someone like making breakfast, really.
Then he bashes the door down. How dare you make breakfast?
Give me some. I will go up and pound on the door.
A few seconds later, Yevgeny steps out. He's surprised to see you and just, it's early.
Yes, I have pressing business out of town. I was hoping you had had a chance to make that sword we had wagered for.
Yes. Wait a minute. I'll get it. You can tell he's having a lot of trouble saying things. He's not used to talking, coming up with his own thoughts.
Did I speak primarily to the other one last time?
Yes.
Ah.
He shuffles off and comes back just a few minutes later with a properly silvered sword. It is, a decent longsword. It's not anything special. You've seen better swords, but there is a coating of silver along the edge. It takes some effort to get the silver to maintain its sharpness, and you can tell as a warrior that this is well made.
Okay.
At the very least, the silver won't damage the sword.
Okay. I'm going to step back from the doorway and give it a few test swings. Feel the weight.
He's definitely nervous.
Did he hand me a sheath with it or just the sword?
He doesn't have a sheath.
I will eye the blade and say, do you have a sheath for this weapon? Or is it beyond your skill?
Got no leather.
But you have all those wolf hides.
I never made a sheath. I
Should
just put
try.
it on my belt.
You should try it. Come see me at the inn if you can fashion one.
Yes, sir.
I'll nod to him and turn and head back towards the inn.
He with as you walk away, he gives an audible sigh of relief.
This suits me perfectly. I don't even have to use my intimidating presence. Just following me around now.
So with this, it's about 9 o'clock now. The sun is fully out. People are bustling around town.
Well,
As I approach the door, I'm actually going to turn around and go back to that general goods store where they had weapons and whatnot. Because we've only been gone, 10 minutes?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to go there instead.
Okay, yeah, for sure. They're opening up, getting their stuff ready. They spot you and remember that you intimidated them like crazy last time, and
Did I?
I think you used your intimidating presence on them.
No,
To get...
Ribbon charmed them.
Oh, yes. So
it was the good cop.
Yeah.
Right.
They haven't
So
seen the
they're-
bad cop yet.
They're pretty happy. Well, not happy. No one in Barovia is happy. They're just kind of like, good to see you. Your friend Reven with you. Duke Reven?
No, the Duke is currently in mourning. We've lost one of our traveling companions.
Sorry to hear that. We lost our rabbit the other day. We found it later, though.
I'm going
Was
to
eaten
glare
by-
at them very, very intensely and
It
loom.
was eaten by a wolf. Can we do for you?
I'm still looming.
We got some looms. You move them, you make thread.
I don't have time for this. I need a sheath for a long sword.
Yeah, I got one here for hey, say 2 silver.
Yes. I'll hand him the money and take the sheath.
Here you go.
I won't quite pull the door off the frame as I close it on the way out, but close. Very
Okay.
close. And I will return to the inn.
So yeah, as you get back to the inn, these guys are finishing up their discussion with Erwin and Danica. Is there anything interesting you guys want to do today?
Go to the tower if we can.
Sorry, that was more scathing than I intended.
We're not planning to
Um,
blow anything up this time yet.
I am going to express my concern to the party and say, I've had this dream. Rictavio has left town with his wagon. In my dream, I saw the tiger going towards the tower. He was clearly upset at the news at the death of Esmeralda. I don't think it's a good idea that we go to the tower. I've had dreams before that have seemed to come true. I can't explain why I feel like this is going to come true, but I just don't think it's a great idea to go to the tower.
Is this the same dream with the raccoons?
Well, Alpha kind of blushes. Yes. Yes.
So if we go to the
Same
tower, we're
dream.
gonna have a fight? Is that what you're saying?
I think Rictavio has taken his tiger there, and yes, I think we're going to meet his tiger there.
Speaking of which, Rictavio, Pavu, when you got to the warehouse district to go to the general store, you definitely noticed that Rictavio's wagon, his carnival wagon, is not there.
I will, as Alpha is expressing concern here, I will say his wagon is in fact gone. It has been removed from the square where we saw it the day we arrived.
Now, Zeros, you have had a slightly contradictory dream to Elphabas. Do you mention that, or do you...
Just recalling the dream was just about the Amber Temple, right?
The dream was saying that the creature in the Amber Temple said you've reached a setback, but continue on your way.
But it didn't necessarily say continue on to the tower, right?
That's true.
Continue.
We're getting mixed messages
Yes.
here.
I'm just seeing like cats fly through the air and.
Sorry, is Elphaba's dream in one of the notes, or is it just whatever she tells us?
It's whatever she tells you. Yeah, I haven't put it in a handout yet.
Uh-oh.
I had a dream. I tell everyone as I take another swig from the wine. That
I only gave you one swig of wine, Cupcake.
I'll buy more wine then.
There is no more
There
wine.
is no more wine.
I will grab some water.
All right.
Because
Sorry,
apparently,
Wait, is there something about to happen here?
You're right. Ooh.
Is there a power you've not told us about?
So, Elphaba and Zeros, I've updated the dream handout in your sheets to
Thank
include
you.
the last dream. So you take some water, or you
Yeah.
were nursing
Turn
your
it
swig of
into-
wine, maybe.
Wine.
I just let everyone know about the dream I had about the Amber Temple, and that I was told to go forward, to continue on the journey.
I'm so confused right now.
I really hate this place.
You don't know how much I empathize with that particular statement. We have to do something about this not being able to step into temples. That really crimps my style.
He goes to the
Listen.
hag again.
We need
Can I?
the traveling showman.
Can
We
I?
must be able to remove curses.
Can I? Well, he did remove mine. Let me fill you in a bit on something, because I don't know what happened with Delvin exactly, but I can tell you what happened with me and why I wasn't as dead as Delvin is. When I was at ground zero, as it were, with the explosion that happened, I was met with some sort of entity, and it was at this Amber Temple that the rest of you keep dreaming about. I had not seen it previously, but I found myself there. And I heard a voice, a very, I don't know, cherubic voice that offered me a choice and didn't like my being coy with it, and to accept its gift and be returned to the world, or to allow myself to die. Wasn't much of a choice, so I allowed myself to be returned. Now, I remember exactly the circumstances under which, Zeros, you suddenly found yourself without a mouth. Does this at all sound familiar to you?
It does. I had talked to Delvin about this earlier.
See, this troubles me a bit. Don't know that I like the sound of what this Amber Temple represents. I don't like the fact that I'm not able to enter a church. And what that implies. I had curses removed from me. You remember that I was breathing a bit of smoke. And
It was pretty cool.
And as well, you can imagine as a bard, that wasn't exactly the most.
Yeah, I wish I had that.
Well, it wasn't exactly the best thing for a bard to be jetting smoke out of his mouth. But I had those curses removed. Both the one that came from whatever this entity was, and from the curse that Esmeralda put on me. And I thought that was a done deal, but apparently I still can't enter the church, and that troubles me.
DM, question.
Yes.
When I've used my detect undead and fiends and whatnot, has Rip in the past, Zeros,
Zeros.
appeared as
Undead?
undead?
Yes.
Yes, I have.
Okay. I will look over at
Reven?
Freeman, thank you, and say, well, the reason you can't enter the temple is very simple. You are undead, as is the formerly mouthless one.
I'm not happy about that.
Well, seems to beat the fuck out of the alternative.
Do I have a pulse? I'm gonna check for a pulse.
For a moment you don't, but then you realize that you don't know how to check a pulse, and you feel your blood. Yes, you do have a pulse. As does Zeros.
I don't know what this means.
Elphaba, however, does not.
I don't have a pulse.
You have that on your character sheet.
Well, yeah, my heart beats once per minute.
So yeah, in about 30 seconds. In about 30 seconds, your pulse goes through.
So you're more
There it is.
undead than the undead players. We need to get to the bottom of that, and we need to see if there's a way out of that. I don't like being held hostage to some being of which I don't know the nature.
I think if we make our way to this Amber Temple, we can ask for ourselves.
Yeah, I want to do away with that, whatever power put this geese upon me.
Well, where's the temple?
Solinka Pass. I remember that being said. I also remember that it was also called the Temple of Forbidden Lore, and apparently it's somewhere near here. Although near here is a relative thing. I think, in general, all of this area is near, so to speak.
Fairly, yeah.
We could continue on and check out the tower. We could talk to Rictavio.
Why don't we do this? Why don't we approach the tower, and we can go about it surreptitiously and make certain that Rictavio isn't there before we begin our investigations. It's not necessary that we all converge on it in force like we're some sort of marauding band. I mean, the more stealthy among us can perhaps approach and make certain that it's unoccupied.
Plus, are we heading to the Hag, Pavu? Or is that secondary?
I think that's a foregone conclusion, isn't it?
Do we go there first because it's on the way?
I believe that was in the plans.
I
Alright.
dislike the hag having my hair.
All 3 pieces of it.
All the more valuable for that.
So yeah, do you guys want to head out of town and continue your conversation on the road?
It sounds
Yes,
like a plan.
please.
On the road again.
You get to the gates of Vallaki, and for just a moment, Corvus thinks that he saw something, but it could have just been one of the hallucinations.
Yeah,
It seemed like there was two raccoons over in the corner, but they're gone now.
As we're heading out, Pavu, question for you.
Yes.
Could I make use of that armor?
Oh, my leather armor then.
Oh.
Well, I mean, if you're planning to use it, by all means.
Well, I don't need it per se, but
Esmeralda?
let's see. I don't know. Shoot a withering look over at Corvus as we are right near the gate guards, and say, "Yes, you may have it, but there will be something I want from you, I'm sure, at some point."
Well, I wouldn't withhold it from you if it's something that you truly want.
Beautiful.
I can also help you perhaps acquire the things that you want, remember.
Yes. Always with the silver tongue.
It served me well thus far.
Let's get past the gate. And for the love of God, let's find those raccoons.
They're our
Get
friends.
you get past the gate and head into the forest proper. You easily find your way to the crossroads again, where the road...
Whoa. I'm looking for the raccoons.
You look around for the raccoons, searching, scoping out the edges of the woods, and though some of you might occasionally get snatches of fur or hear a skittering, you don't see any raccoons.
I once heard that if you call for them, they'll actually come to you.
I heard if you built it, they would come.
That too.
But you get to the crossroads, the Luna River crossroads, without any raccoon encounters, or any other encounters for that matter.
Once we're out of sight of the gates, I will pull the leather armor out of my pack and help Riven to don it.
The armor is actually just mostly a jacket.
Okay.
A long sort of
fancy.
trench coat.
You
It
should
is
cover
definitely
this up for the time being, I think.
it is definitely magical. +1 studded leather, essentially. And her rapier is also magical, which I believe you also wanted to take.
Yep, I've already got that on the inventory.
As you are donning this, doesn't take long because you're shugging on a jacket, but as you're discussing whether or not to hide it, you hear a sequence of noises. The first one is rustling in the trees, like something creeping. Then you hear the sound of a raccoon gasping. And then the sound...
That's not even a thing.
And then the sound of...
I want to hear a reenactment of
what does it sound like?
Yeah, we want to hear this.
Eric, can you do your best?
That's even better. It's even better.
Eric, what does a raccoon gasping sound like?
Let's see.
What is the sound of one hand clapping?
Yeah, there you go. Just be like...
I love it.
The next noise you hear is the sound of 2 raccoons dashing out of the woods, and then the sounds of swarms of bats.
Uh-oh.
4 swarms appear from the woods, looking out for blood.
Bat throng.
They begin to swarm you.
Uh-oh.
Raccoon.
Dachi raccoon.
I'm going early.
Corvus,
happens.
you are the first one to go.
Yeah. All right. I am going to
Eric, from here on out, you're known as Dodgy Raccoon.
I thought he was the fit one.
It doesn't matter.
I would to run up and just, I guess, punch some bats in the face.
Yeah.
Once I get
As one does.
Ugh.
You just grab it.
Sorry, you're having a problem, or?
No. I'm just trying to make my screen smaller.
Yeah, so I assume you run up and punch the first.
Yeah, whichever one's closest.
Yeah,
The
the backpack. Unfortunately, your fists connect, but because it is a swarm, you're punching like a cloud of bats. You only get half as many. You punch 3 bats, killing those 3, but the rest of the swarm is unaffected. You
you're
think
like
they have
fucking
resistance
Neo.
to weapon attacks.
Okay.
Anything else on your turn?
No, I mean, all I have is weapon attacks, so.
The swarm is going to retaliate by swarming you, Corvus. These bats fly around and occupy your space. They attempt to bite you. They get a 16 to hit. Does that hit your AC?
My AC is 16.
So they just barely get through. You're probably like, oh my god, they're in my hair, before realizing that you're bald.
I had hair in another life.
Yeah, you manage to deflect like all of the ones attacking your body, but your head gets scraped and you take 7 piercing damage.
Oh my goodness.
This bat throng is going to fly over to the fit raccoon and is going to attack the fit raccoon. That is a 22, which I
Jeez.
assume hits.
22 will hit.
That deals 5 piercing damage, which, if I understand correctly, causes the raccoon to poof.
I believe
It causes the raccoon to poop.
No.
If
If
the
you drop,
raccoon-
you fall unconscious or drop to 0.
yeah, so your raccoon form has 3 hit points.
Oh, I see.
So-
The form
yeah.
itself. Oh, gotcha.
So the raccoon
Yes.
drops to 3,
It would.
drops to 0, and you see a gnome.
God, it's a goblin.
Reven, your turn.
Yeah, from this distance, I guess I'll pull out my hand crossbow and take a shot at this group.
Okay. The one right behind Corvus?
Yep. Let's see. Hand crossbow. Yeah.
Yeah, you shoot wide.
Wah, wah.
Corvus is there in the way. Anything else on your turn?
Yeah, I'll use, let's see, I can use,
Bonus action, something?
yeah, there's the, I'm having trouble finding it suddenly. Yeah, I'll use Mantle of Inspiration to give everybody, choose a number of creatures you can see and that can see you within 60 feet of you. So all of the party, I will give 5 temporary hit points.
Boop.
And and Corvus, you can immediately move without attracting opportunity attacks.
Now, do you do this to the strange new gnome, or?
Yeah.
Yes, I will.
All right. Can you click that on your sheet?
Yes. If I can find a way to do that.
There should be, when you hover over it, the little chat bubble
There we
will
go.
pop up. Awesome. Yeah. So you guys gain 5 temporary hit points. On your sheet, there should be a slot for temporary hit points. You can immediately use a reaction to move your speed without provoking opportunity attacks. So where would you, if you guys want to use your reaction, where would you guys like to go?
Is that everybody can use?
Yeah, everybody.
All right, so anybody that wants to move can move.
I'm going to save my reaction.
Well, you don't. Is it a reaction to do that?
Your charisma modifier is 3.
Correct.
So you can only do up to 3 creatures.
Okay.
Oh.
I will definitely do Corvus. I will do the gnome, and yeah, I'll do Zeros. It's fine.
Okay. I just realized that I didn't actually put the gnome in initiative. So after that,
You're going to move back to your spot, Alphaba.
Oh yeah.
The backpack.
So Eric,
sorry.
do you want to move since
Yes.
it's up in your grill?
Move to protect Dodge.
All right. The backpack, seeing that Corvus is still sort of just right there, is going to take the slot and flock in. It attacks you and gets a 20 to hit.
Flock you.
Yes.
Corvus, you take 4 piercing damage.
Is that within 10 feet of me?
It's
I can't tell.
It
looks
is,
like
yes.
Yep.
Okay, so I get an attack of opportunity against it?
does that require your reaction?
Yes.
So you use your reaction to move. With,
sorry.
Reven's
Okay.
thing.
I was confused about that. Okay.
No worries. Pavu.
Yeah, refresh. Yes. I'm going to do things and also stuff. I'm going to... Can I step through Corvus' space?
Yes. Allies are counted. Oh, yes. Swarms don't block you.
Okay.
And allies count as difficult terrain.
I have boots that make it so I don't suffer from difficult terrain. I'm going to step to there, and I'm going to try to use my mace to attack the bat swarm. And I'm going to be keeping an eye out to see whether it appears that I hit as many as I expect I would or not.
Oh, nice.
You get a good hit. You hit directly in the swarm, but yeah, looks like weapon attacks are resisted.
Okay.
Takes essentially 3 damage. You kill 3 bats, which is not bad for a single swing of your mace.
Okay.
Pavu. Sorry, Elphaba.
Okay, I am going to. Sorry, I'm going to move and use chromatic orb on. Sorry, the bat swarm, and
Okay.
I'm going to use acid.
Nice. Yeah, good luck. That hits. 15 hits the swarm directly in. The acid sort of explodes, hitting a bunch of bats, doing full damage. A good
that,
11 bats die, leaving this swarm as much thinner than it used to be. Swarms, when they have half health or less, their attacks do half damage.
Beautiful.
Anything else on your turn?
Nope.
All right. Dodge is going to, I imagine, climb up into your like pant leg or something.
Backpack.
Climb into your backpack,
Yeah.
like Banjo and Kazooie.
That's right.
The bat flood is going to rush at Pavu. It gets a 13.
I laugh at its meager attempt.
Yeah, the swarm attempts to bite you. They're like, oh, we saw the other guys attack Corvus's head, so they try and go for your head, but you can like easily defend it. So
Full
They-
film.
the rest of them don't know what to do. Fitter,
Okay.
mysterious gnome friend.
That's right.
Goblin!
Definitely not a goblin.
Got green hair. Must be a
Will-
goblin.
I'll cast Shillelagh upon my quarterstaff.
Nice.
And
Are you gonna
That
play us
is
a Hawaiian
a
tune?
action. So I will then do an attack on that swarm there next to me. Let's see. So I don't think it shows. I'll use the two-handed quarterstaff usage since Shillelagh doesn't show.
Man,
No luck.
That's all right. There's a lot of bats, so.
There's a lot of bats. Anything that was your bonus? Do you want to
that
move?
was it.
Or?
Yeah, bonus and attack. Yep.
All right, Zeros.
I will attack the swarm with my backglaive.
your
With your
back
bat glaive.
Yes, my backglaive.
That hits. Great attack. Even though it is magical, though, they resist half. That said, that is enough to take it out.
Okay.
You somehow, with a single swing, sliced all of the swarm.
They all line up.
And I'm gonna attack the use my bonus action to attack the backpack on Corvus.
Okay.
Thank you, my face.
Nice.
Success. Without hitting her face, you takes
Okay.
3 damage.
I've been
And I am going to move over here.
All right, Corvus, you are covered in bats. What do you
Ugh.
do?
So, I want to use my bonus action to pull out my elven magical sickle thing.
Yeah, it's just a free item interaction.
Okay, and then I'm just gonna start trying to razor them off my face.
Yeah, hack at some bats. 9 is not enough. You think you get a couple of them, but it could have just been Pavu.
Oop.
Yeah, you miss, unfortunately.
All right, well, I'm just gonna keep.
The throng that unfortunately can't eat a raccoon right now is going to charge at Fitter. This will provoke from Pavu and Corvus. If you'd like to take it.
Yeah. Why not?
I will not.
All right. Yeah, you slice a single bat.
I got you.
The throng charges at you, Fitter, and swarms your tiny gnomish body, getting only a 9.
Miss.
You dodge with your lithe gnomishness.
Yeah, my numbers.
Reven.
I think those things are mutually exclusive.
I'm gonna take another hand crossbow shot.
Which one? The backpack?
Yeah, I'll do the one on Corvus.
Okay.
Jeez.
9 goes wide.
9.
The problem is you're trying not to hit Corvus.
Yeah, that's
but
fair.
you could, hit Corvus and like pierce a couple arrows onto him. Any bonus action?
I will give Bardic Inspiration to. Let's see. Did Elphaba was her attack more successful than the physical attack?
Yes.
I will give her Bardic Inspiration.
All right. What do you sing?
We are the champions.
Yes.
Sing it.
We are the champions, my fellow party members.
So, yeah, Corvus, you hear Reven serenading Elphaba, and it's the backpack attacks you for 23 to hit, 3 piercing damage.
Nope.
Oh.
I'm going to use my reaction.
Oh, disadvantage.
Yeah.
So a bunch of bats attempt to attack you, and they look like they're going straight for you, but Pavu exposes his shield, and like 20 bats hit them, because with disadvantage, they get a 9.
Oh,
Yeah. That's why we didn't use our reaction to attack, kids.
Pavu. Protection style Pavu.
Of course. I mean, what else would I take? All right, I'm going to drop my mace and pull my windmill longsword, which I can't find, so I'm just going to click the button and attack the bat pack that's on Corvus.
Nice. Oh.
Correct. 2 damage. It's not doing super well. Any bonus action?
Yeah, I'm going to use my bonus action to try and knock it prone. Was that an athletics check, you said? Last game?
How do you do that?
You're knocking the bat
Shield
pack
Master.
Oh, Shield Master. Oh man, I forgot how that works again.
I can take an attack. If I'm not incapacitated, I can try and use a bonus attack to knock things prone and stuff. Yeah, just shove it.
Yeah, so make me an athletics check.
Where are we? There we go. Ah, poo.
8. Their athletics check is very low, actually.
Yeah.
Although they can also use acrobatics, but even then, they get a 6. You knock a single bat prone because swarms have immunity to prone.
Man.
Well,
but you learned a thing.
I did learn a thing.
And so did that one bat.
I taught him a
That'll
lesson.
teach him.
Elphaba.
Okay. I think this
Maria
time.
Bardic Inspiration.
Awesome. I'm gonna do Scorching Ray at
Yeah.
both of the backpack and the bat flood.
Yeah, for
And you
sure.
have 3 rays on that.
What?
You have 3 rays on that.
Yeah. So, but I can do 2 and 1, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
So yeah, start with the bat pack.
Okay.
You crit.
Very
Ooh,
nice.
shakalaka.
Not bad. With a single ray, you eradicate the pack. Somehow, magically not touching Corvus.
Yay!
Well, it's because he didn't have any hair, so it couldn't catch fire.
Yeah.
Eyebrows are smart, so.
Yeah, Corvus, you no longer need to shave your head this morning. Yeah, make a second attack
Okay.
against the flood, I guess.
Oh
my
Nice.
god!
Whoa.
Wow.
What?
I'll take
Wow.
it.
I'm fine.
Elphaba is not fucking around.
It's because nobody believed me about the raccoons.
She's gone totally shy on us.
And yeah, make me one. Third more attack.
Oh, that one's not as good.
Yeah.
Do you
can
want to use your Bardic Inspiration?
Yes, please.
So, is that a D8, Reven?
I don't think I'm at D8 yet. I think D8 comes next level.
So, roll me a D6.
Okay.
That is a 13. That hits.
Nice.
Nice.
Just barely scorches 4 more bats. The flood is still there, but it is much less
Slight
big.
Just like a bit
water damage rather than flood.
Anything else on your turn?
No, I'm good.
All right. The flood itself is going to make its attack with half damage because it's low. Gets a 23 to hit you, Pavu. Only 2 of
That's
them
all-
bite you.
What?
2 piercing.
Oh, well, he's gonna pay for that.
Fitter, you are covered in bats.
Yes, I will step back.
I had to
And,
double
they-
check that it said the abbreviation Shillelagh 11. I completely
Yeah, I don't-
misread that.
I have no idea. Oh shit, 11. Yeah, I don't know how to spell shillelagh when I just do it. As you move, the bats are gonna get an opportunity attack.
Okay.
Is he leaving their threat?
Yes.
So they've
'Cause they're-
got to be on you. Okay.
Yeah. Threat is 0.
it.
They get a 19 to hit you.
They do hit.
3 piercing damage.
Okay. All right. And I will take a swing. Haha.
Success. Shillelagh does bonus damage, doesn't it?
No, it just
Makes your
it
attack
turns
magic,
the damage into D8, and it's magic.
Okay. So 8 damage, halved to 4 because magic doesn't matter to this,
Okay.
unfortunately. But yeah, you smack a bunch of bats, bat them away.
All
Yes,
right.
that is a paper
Okay.
straw.
Anything else?
Nope. That's it.
Zeros.
I
Okay.
giggle probably.
Has a gnome got to smack a bat?
I'll attack the one on
That's right.
our new gnome acquaintance.
Okay.
He's a goblin.
11 does not hit.
Okay. Then I'll use my bonus action to attack the other end.
That does.
Nice.
Yeah, you knock one bat into the other bat, and 2 bats die.
Okay, and then I move back and end my turn.
All right, Corvus.
All right. So there's just the one, or I guess this one's pretty damaged over here by Pavu. I keep opening my character sheet and minimizing it, and then it'll just disappear.
It hates you, that's why.
Well, even though I know it doesn't do much, I'm gonna run up to Pavu's bats. I don't even know if I have to really move, but
Yeah,
and
that
that
works.
I'm just gonna try punching some of them again, even though I know they're have advantage.
12 just barely hits. 2 more bats die. You think? Oh, I'm getting a weird echo.
Echo,
That's
echo,
because
echo.
Twitch decided to unmute itself randomly.
Oh.
So yeah,
Thanks,
there
Twitch.
seems to be only like 3 or 4 more bats around. Do I really sound like that? Oh my god. I'm really sorry, guys.
No.
Anything else on your turn?
No, I'm good. Just hang out.
The throng, the remaining throng that hasn't been batted away, charges and attacks. Gets
Attack.
a 20. 20 against
Reaction.
you, Fitter. Oh yeah, reaction attack. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, you
Nice.
5 more bats die, and because of that, because you kill half the bats in the swarm, they only do 2 piercing damage
Yeah.
as opposed to 5.
Cool.
Bada bing.
Reven.
All right. Yeah, gonna take a shot at the bat flood.
Not a crit, unfortunately, but a 16 hits. The 7 is half to 3, which is perfect. You skewer all the remaining bats. You sort of wait for that last lineup and then make a shish kebab.
Yummy.
We're gonna eat good tonight.
Any bonus?
No, I think I'm gonna withhold anything else on that count.
All right, Pavu, you see there's the remaining bats attacking this goblin.
I suppose a goblin is worth saving. I'm gonna step over to. As I do, I'm going to drop my longsword and shield from my arms as I walk. Pull my my greatsword off my back, and swing on these bats.
You succeed. 4 slashing damage. And give Fitter a haircut.
It's alright, his hair's doing it anyway. It's weird.
Any second action?
That's
Or
gonna do it.
anything else? Elphaba.
Okay. If anything I do will not affect Fitter, correct?
That's right.
Okay, perfect. Then I am going to just do Firebolt. Boo hoo hoo.
Yeah, goes wide.
I should
Fitter,
have done something.
Fitter.
Ooh. Let's see. I am going to cast Thunder Wave out like this direction to the north of me.
Yeah, so you don't hit Pavu.
So I don't hit anybody. Yeah, hit anybody.
Okay. They make a con save, I believe.
They do.
They get a 9.
All right.
So, Thunderwave creates a blast of thunder that people can hear over 300 feet away, I believe. So, Pavu, you are momentarily deafened as 6 bats slam against the tree across the way. All of them die. Uh, other than
Bloody goblin.
I love Fitter.
other than the remaining ringing in Pavu's ears, you look around and hear silence.
I will bow and say, "Hello, I am Jerome Fitterstein, or you can call me Fitter."
I'm. You were a raccoon a moment ago.
Ah, that I was. Yes.
And now you're a goblin.
I sometimes kind of disguise myself.
Well,
So I can tell that you are visitors like myself here to this dreadful land.
where are you from?
He's so cute.
Oh, here now. I've got a place in the woods.
Have you been here a while?
Oh, yes, I'd say quite a while. Yes, yes.
Jesus fucking.
You're gonna disrupt the
How
DM.
long have you been here?
I'm gonna lean over and say, "You are the strangest goblin I've ever seen."
Goblin? Who said I was a goblin? I'm a forest gnome.
Goblin.
That's not what I said.
Goblin.
Maybe the thunder wave might have shaken some things up in your head. So, where are you off to? Are you going back to the tower?
Back.
Should we kill this thing?
Have
No.
you wait?
No.
You said back to the tower.
No.
You said back to the tower. Have you been kind of following our?
Oh, yes, I've been curious. Dodge and I have been.
So, what is your agenda then?
To survive. What is your agenda?
Well, primarily that, but we're also looking into the affairs of the Dark Lord of this place. What is your affiliation where that's concerned?
Oh, Count Strahd? Oh, he's a meanie. Tyrant. Don't like him. He killed all my friends.
Hmm.
It's me now.
Then our purposes might be aligned then. What did you observe at the tower?
Well, I haven't quite been in there yet. You see, there's a magical trap on the outside, and well, I know there's also this anti-magic shell of some sort inside, and well, it kind of messes with me, so I haven't been up inside yet.
Well, I can't.
Should we kill him?
No.
He's been helpful.
You like to kill, don't you? You're a big man.
I could crush you with one hand. And
I'm sure you could. You'd probably be bloody all over the place.
I love it.
When you said you were gonna go practice
I
this
love
voice,
it.
I did
I
not.
love it.
I did not expect this.
This
I
thing
told
makes
you,
me
Eric.
tired.
I told you, Eric was a role player. I love it.
Oh,
Pabu shakes his head and starts collecting his dropped gear.
Our adventurers have made a new friend. And with that, shall we take a quick 5-minute break?
Goblin.
Sure.
All right. Yeah, I'll see you guys in just a minute. All right. Welcome back to the gnomish brigade of I got nothing. Our party has just fought off some bats that were chasing a strange raccoon, which transformed into a gnome. That gnome is about to describe himself.
So Fitter looks like he had just burst from underneath a bush. He has small bits of twigs and leaves in his wild green hair. His clothes are slightly dirty with small tears here and there. You notice that there's quite a few wrinkles around his eyes and mouth, showing that he's almost permanently smiling. His brown eyes shine bright with joy and with a hint of mischief. A well-worn quarterstaff is his walking stick, and you can see occasionally in his backpack a small raccoon face peek out.
Well,
Yeah, you kind of seem adorable.
Living the dream.
So I believe,
I'm like 3'7", so I'm very small.
and in his backpack there is another raccoon.
does the other raccoon also turn into a gnome?
No, he's just a raccoon.
Ah.
He's been my buddy for several years.
Well,
Give me a
you're
moment. I'm going to
welcome to
quickly
join us if you are interested in.
I would love to. That would be excellent.
I'm Googling raccoon sounds.
Oh.
I'm not going to be able to do that.
No.
Nope. So yeah, you've learned through dialogue that Fitter knows about this tower, and he also seemed to have seen you guys there before.
So, what can you tell us about what you do know about the tower aside from the traps?
Well, very little. I do know that there is a way in about, I'd say the third story. Way up there, though. Like I said, I don't want to go inside that way just because there's an anti-magic show.
You sound exactly like a drag queen I know.
I'm not sure if that's a compliment. Or...
I'm like that. He's hilarious. So yes.
Oh, well then that's it. Okay.
So-
I'm just like trying to put my finger on. It's like
I know this person.
Did you know anything about this Esmeralda that was haunting the place?
Esma Hudo? No.
She was Vistani.
Oh, Vistani. I don't have much to do with Vistani.
What about did you notice anybody else around the tower?
No. Can't say that I have.
Well, I can tell the lot of you that having peered a bit into Esmeralda's thoughts, the way past the doorway has something to do with following the dance moves. I hear there's like a video game that's around it called Dance Dance Revolution, but so I don't know where the term video game comes from. It just was something that popped into my head, but. Anyway, here if we follow the dance moves on the that are depicted on the doorway, that will get us past the trap. And if we don't get past the trap, then there is a bit of an electrical discharge that will happen.
Or we can just use the window.
Well,
I
or
like
we can
this
use
gnome.
the window.
So, as you guys talk, I assume you guys walk towards the tower or towards the road. As an aside, this map is purchasable on Roll20 or on patreon.com/mickholmes.
Ooh, plug.
Love it.
The maps are so great and detailed. We should all buy one.
I mean,
Like,
Thank
you
Why
thank you
limit
very much.
Why limit yourself to one?
Yeah.
You can on Roll20 buy a pack of 8 of them
There you go.
for I believe $4.99 or something like that.
Actually,
Damn.
actually, Mick,
$4.99?
to be perfectly honest, I did
That is
not.
a bargain for
I didn't
me.
even notice that they weren't part of the regular map
Mhm.
set. So you
Thank
did
you
a-
very much. I
You did a
tried,
good job.
I tried pretty hard to make them match the Curse of Strahd.
Oh yeah.
Good
So
job.
as you discuss with Fitter what he knows about this tower, you come across the large mossy stone that indicates that you're passing by what's her name? Yeti Green Teeth's house.
I'll
Would you
look-
like to
I'll look
visit
me-
or continue on?
I'll look meaningfully at Pavu,
Everyone meaningfully looks at Pavu.
Yeah.
giving him side eye.
Nudging him a little.
Babu will look around at the rest of the party and until we know whether we have someone to remove curses for us, she must wait.
I think it's probably wise.
Oh, are you talking about Jeannie Green Teeth?
Why? Do you know about her?
Oh yeah, she's very nice.
Hmm. I'm going to, as we walk, grasp Corvus by the skull and unleash some divine energy into his head, and I will lay hands on you for 5 points.
Oh, Corvus.
He somehow turns healing into something very, very alpha.
Is there another way to do it?
The most aggressive.
While that happened.
How long does the temporary hit points last, by the way?
I believe permanently until they're used.
Okay.
I'm not 100% if unless the text itself says otherwise. And they also go
drop
away
on
at
a long rest.
Yeah, at a long rest. So
Okay.
not permanent.
Right. Nice.
You said 5 points, right, Peter?
Yes,
I
Peter.
said nothing because I didn't. Oh, yes, healing.
Pavu.
Yes, healing.
Pavu healed.
I healed
Sorry.
you for 5.
Sorry, thank you. That was it.
Mm-hmm.
So as you guys get to the edge of the lake, you look across and you see Revan and Pavu both notice there is some deep indents that look like a wagon has passed through very recently. You spot across the edge that Esmeralda's wagon is still a burnt husk there and obviously hasn't moved. But a wagon has gone over to the tower and left since you guys had been here the last day.
Can I try and investigate and see whether it went south or back the way we came after it left?
Yeah. Looking at my rolls, it went towards to the west. It went down south, actually, like sort of
Yeah.
southwest.
Okay. I will, after investigating, call out to the rest of the party that he seems to have been here, but he's departed and gone away south, the opposite of the direction we came.
Remind me, as a player, did we just leave Esmeralda here?
You
We
did.
burned her body.
Surrender.
Oh, we burned her. Okay.
Do we still see remains in the charred remains of the carriage or wagon?
When you get back, it looks like all of the remains are gone.
Okay. Well, first things first, I think we should search the wagon just to be sure. So I will cautiously approach the wagon and search.
You you search cautiously. Your investigate's not the best.
Right.
But you step on a piece of glass, which triggers some bad memories of the exact same glass breaking yesterday. But a cursory glance, you can't find anything that is salvageable.
Okay. No bits of parchment or anything like that?
Only like corners. You see ruined clothing. There was like fine clothes, a few shoes. You think you saw a lyre that had golden strings that have been burned and melted beyond use.
While the murderer, I mean Riven, is investigating, I'm going to attach my grapple to one of my 50-foot lengths of rope and try and get it into that third-story window that our new goblin friend pointed out to us.
So the on the side, on the back of this tower, there is scaffolding. They're rotting and wooden, but series of ladders and platforms lead to a hole in the northwest wall on the 3rd floor. So
How many feet up is it?
let's see. Goes up about 20 feet.
I'm going to push the scaffolding down and then use my grapple and rope.
Yep, the scaffolding easily. A creature underneath the scaffolding must succeed on a DC 13 Dex save. I assume you do it safely.
No, I pushed it down. That didn't pull it down.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, you can absolutely break it down and.
Just out of curiosity, what does it look like the scaffolding was here for? Was it repairs? Was it something else?
It was there for turning into rubble.
You could make me like a history check.
Sure.
15. Yeah, you think this is definitely something that was repairs, but it is eons old.
Okay.
I grab Bitter and say, I am Zeros.
Pleasure.
Oh.
Can you remind me again what you said about the anti-magic shell?
Oh, yes, well, there's this invisible force inside the tower that I can see when I went up to the hole. Yeah, I don't know if it's just right there or if it's the entire tower. I don't know.
I turn to the party and I say, I am fully magic. So if we can pass out maybe physical weapons to everyone that doesn't have,
Well, here,
Have
take one of the silver short swords.
that would be much appreciated.
Fitter, I'm Raven, by the way, Raven Antalis,
Ah, pleasure.
and the tall one is this is Pavu,
Oh,
this is Corvus, pointing to Corvus, and this is El.
I'm a bard.
He is indeed.
Your insight says that is a lie.
Straight up.
Fine. I'm a rogue.
Your insight check says that is true. So at the front door, I'll just sort of post the image again. The tower door is made of iron, no visible handles or hinges. In the middle of the door is a large embossed symbol, a connected series of lines with 8 stick figures set around it. And carved into the lintel, not showing on this image, but carved into the lintel above the door is the word Kazan. And I'll post that in chat. Pavu, you are throwing your grappling hook. Assumingly it is tied to a rope.
Yes.
Do you want to make
rope.
me... Yeah. Do you want to make me a athletics check?
I would love to make you an athletics check.
Oh my
very
god.
nice.
Man,
Whoa.
I run up the rope.
nice.
You know when the people do the thing with the ribbon and they like woo 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 woo? I do that backwards.
Yeah, you easily get to the 2nd floor and up to the hole. At the very top in this hole, you see time and elements have all but destroyed this chamber, leaving a gash in the northwest wall and slimy black mildew in all the walls. The wooden floor is completely rotted and has begun to fall away in places. You can see that there's a hole in the floor and the ceiling about 5 feet wide with 4 iron chains hanging from it.
Wait, there's a hole with iron chains hanging from it.
Sorry. Four iron chains hang from like the very top of the tower going down.
Okay. I'm gonna collect my grapple, kind of throw it out, and try and pull one of those chains to me.
They're pretty taut.
Oh, so it seems like they're connected floor and ceiling.
Yes.
Okay. I assume I'm on a stone window sill or something here. Yeah.
Yeah. You're looking at the floor, and it doesn't look like it would support your weight.
There's no stairs.
There is no stairs.
Hmm.
I'm incorrect, actually. It turns out that it is 40 feet up where you are
Good thing I
now.
had a 50-foot rope.
Yeah, you.
Also, a good thing I didn't fall.
Yes.
Just give me a moment. I see from the figures on the door that we're gonna have to perform the Macarena.
Yeah, Pavu, what do you want to do?
It's definitely not going to support my weight, huh?
You're pretty sure.
Okay. Let's see. Do I see any way that I can? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to give my grapple about 10 throws, see if I can hook into the chains or around the chains in such a way that I might be able to swing over to them. So I'm going to throw up at an angle.
Yeah, you can absolutely hit one of the chains, but to actually like swing across, I'd say acrobatics check would be
You
the
summer
thing.
Soleil.
What's that?
Said you summer with Cirque du Soleil.
Obviously. All right, what the hell? I'm going to go for it.
You succeed. You swing to the center of this place. You can see straight up and straight down. The chains connect to the floor and ceiling. They connect actually to the ceiling by pulleys.
Do I see any platforms above me?
Yes, there is one more floor directly above you.
Okay.
And from where you're sitting now, hanging, you can see that the floor up there is a lot more stable and sturdy.
Okay.
So in the meantime, while Pavu's doing that, what are the rest of you guys doing?
The Macarena.
Yeah, the trick with this door, it looks like there's a line that begins and a line that ends, and I suspect that the line dictates the next move in the sequence, but the problem is I don't know which one starts the sequence. I suspect if we do it backwards, it's not going to work.
Do you want to make me any kind of knowledge check? Maybe an Arcana or a...
Yeah, sure.
I'll help you with
It's
that.
not going to be great.
This one's far away.
I want to continue my thought.
I've seen this movie
So-
before.
Even with Zeros's assistance, you know enough about magic that this
Better
could
too.
be a
My
lock.
kind of magic is not this kind of magic.
I'm going to continue investigating around the outsides.
That's only 20 feet there, Fitter. You might want to...
Alfalfa, this might be more of your...
Side of me. Say, we should stay over there.
Alfalfa, this might be more of your realm of expertise.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Alphaba, do you want to make me a Arcana
I
check?
do. I definitely do.
Can I help her
hold
with
tight.
that as well?
Yeah, for sure.
Hold
Alright.
tight. My sheet is gone.
You stand over in the corner and go, yes, I
Yes.
believe I've seen this before.
Arcana. Here we go.
Gonna stand up
18.
console called Dance Room.
So what you know about this is this seems like a locking mechanism. You can definitely sense the magic coming from it, and you can sense that the icon is looking at you guys, and that you would need to do the dance in an order to get it to open. Your Arcana check is actually enough to tell that it probably doesn't matter which end you start at.
Oh.
Okay, interesting.
Well, then I'd say that we start at the open line and follow that line to the next move in the sequence.
Yeah, do you want to try that, starting with the sort of upper left? Or do you want to start on the fully right?
I look meaningfully at the rest of the party.
I assume Riven is the one who's going to open the door.
Oh, no.
Right?
No. I am
Mr.
not...
Opener of trapped things.
I learned
We don't know that, Zeros.
you don't. You don't know that. I don't know anything of this type of magic. My type of magic is entirely different. I think it would be dangerous for me to try it. But I suspect, I mean, this is just my own intuition, but I suspect that we start with one of the open lines and follow it through.
Can I hear them screwing around at the door?
Yes.
I'm gonna yell, "Don't forget to say the word at the top of the door."
Well, that's true as well, but I don't know if that's before or after either. I suspect it's at the end.
I can't hear any of that. That's all I had.
Yeah, does anyone want to try this dance?
I'm gonna try. I'm gonna start with the right.
I'm stepping back.
Right, starting with the right, and then going to the sort of bottom left, and then following that line.
Yes.
I'd like you to make me a performance check.
Okay.
Oh,
we
maybe I should have been the one to do this.
Yeah.
A 10 is not the best performance. It is, it's not high school band, but it's like early college band.
What's wrong with high school band?
Do you
Right?
say the word at all?
You have luck.
I do have luck.
Well, do you want to use it, or
It could be worse.
see what happens?
I'm gonna stay, and I'm gonna say the word, Kazan.
As you do the dance and get to the 8th step, and you say Kazan, the three of you, Elphaba, Zeros, and Reven, you feel a slight static electricity charge in your hairs stand up, your clothes get a little clingy, and then suddenly it's gone. Oh, knocked on my microphone. Suddenly it's gone, and the door makes a loud clunk and swings open.
Well done, well done.
Hey. All right.
Anyone die this time?
Do you get to put your initials in for the high score?
Inside, you see the flagstone floor is strewn with debris, and a few old crates stand near the eastern wall. A torn curtain partially obscures the actual tower. A 5-foot square indentation in the center of the floor contains 4 pulleys attached to taut iron chains that stretch up through a similarly sized hole in the rotten wooden ceiling. Standing next to the chains are 4 tall clay statues.
Well, that's not at all ominous.
So, Pavu, you hear the door swing open while you're hanging there. What do you do?
I'm climbing up.
Okay. Climbing these chains, because they're so close together, it's not even going to make you make a check. At half your speed, you climb up to the very top floor. This floor, unlike the levels below, this room shows signs of recent habitation. Although it reeks of mold and mildew, it has plenty of creature comforts, including a cozy bed, a desk with a matching chair, bright tapestries, a large iron stove with plenty of wood. Light enters through arrow slits, as well as through dirt-caked windows with broken shutters. Other features of the room include a standing suit of armor and a wooden chest. Old wooden rafters bend under the weight of the tower roof, which has somehow remained intact. Mounted to the rafters are pulleys around which hang iron chains that support the tower's elevator platform. At the very, very top, you can see there is those pulleys actually have a elevator platform connected to them.
Okay. First thing I'm gonna do is go investigate that armor.
The standing suit of armor is actually missing most of its straps and is bolted to the wall.
All right. The next thing I will do is cast Detect Magic.
You find yourself unable to cast magic in here. You do the motions, you say the words, and nothing happens.
All right. In that case, I will begin looking around the room. I'm going to do a hasty search to see if I find anything of value or anything informational that might relate directly to Strahd while they're screwing around downstairs.
So you see that the bed has a number of hairs on them. You recognize the hairs as Esmeralda's because you chopped off her head.
I didn't. I smashed her face with a mace.
You're right.
Chop off her head.
There is a wooden chest, which is unlocked. There is a lock sort of sitting beside the chest. You search around it and see no traps.
I will look in the chest.
As you open it up, you realize that there is doesn't explode this time. There's a lavender aroma that emanates as soon as you open it, and inside is the severed head of a human Vistana. He looks up at you with dead eyes.
And he smells like lavender, huh?
Yeah.
Hope that's how I smell when I die. That's the only thing in the chest?
That is the only thing in the chest.
I'm
he's
so
kind of
much
packed
happier
with
that I killed this broad. Okay. What's this table here?
Just a small side table. It has a teapot. Nothing of value.
No drawers.
No. But there is a desk next to the suit of armor. It does have drawers.
Desk. Looking for, again, things relating to Strahd.
Inside there are a few charred pages. When you look inside the stove, there's actually looks like people have been burning books in there. There's tons of broken pages. But in this desk, you get a small journal page, a single page charred that says "Journal of Rudolf van Richten." Would you like to read this?
Yes.
All right, time for me to get my reading voice out. For more than 3 decades now, I have undertaken to investigate and expose creatures of darkness to the purifying light of truth and knowledge. Hero, I am named in some circles. Sage and master hunter, I'm called in others. That I have survived countless supernatural assaults is seen as a marvel among my peers. My name is spoken with fear and loathing among my foes. In truth, this virtuous calling began as an obsessive effort to destroy a vampire that murdered my child, and it has become for me a tedious and bleak career. Even as my life of hunting monsters began, I felt the weight of time on my weary shoulders. Today I am a man who has simply lived too long. Like a regretful lich, I find myself inexorably bound to an existence that sought out of madness, and seemingly must now endure for all eternity. Of course I shall die, but whether I shall ever rest in my grave haunts my idle thoughts and torments me in my dreams. I expect those who think of me as a hero will change their minds when they know the whole truth about my life as a hunter of the unnatural. Nevertheless, I must reveal here and now that I have been the indirect yet certain cause of many deaths, and the loss of many good friends. Mistake me not, I do not merely feel sorry for myself. Rather, I come to grips with the devastating realization. I now see that I am the object of a baleful Vistani curse. More tragically, the nature of this hex is such that I have not borne the brunt of it. Instead, far worse, those who surround me have fallen victim to it. I have related the tragic story of how my only child Erasmus was taken by Vistani and sold to a vampire. I explained how Erasmus was made a minion of the Night Stalker and how it was my miserable part to free him from that fate at the point of a stake. What I have neglected to illuminate before now is how I tracked Erasmus's killers across the land, or how I extracted Erasmus's whereabouts from them. In fact, the Vistani took Erasmus with my own unwitting permission. They had brought an extremely ill member of their tribe to me one evening and insisted I treat him, but I was unable to save the young man's life. In fear of the retribution, I begged the Vistani to take anything of mine if only they would withhold their terrifying powers, of which I knew nothing. To my lasting astonishment, they chose to surreptitiously take my son in exchange for their loss. By the time I realized what had occurred, they were already an hour gone. Incensed beyond reason, I strapped the body of the dead young man to my horse and doggedly followed the Vistani caravan through the woods, naively allowing the sun to set before me without seeking shelter from the night. Shortly after darkness fell, I was beset by undead that would have slain me had their master, a lich, intervened and had not their master, a lich, intervened and spared my life, for reasons that I do not completely understand. He somehow detected me and with his powerful magic took control of a pack of zombies that wandered in the forest. He spoke to me through the mouths of the dead things and placed a magic ward against undead on me, then animated the dead Vistana and bade it tell me where I could find its people. Unfortunately, I say in hindsight, the plan worked. I found the child stealers, and my unwelcome entourage included a growing horde of voracious undead that could not touch me thanks to the Lich's ward. When I found the caravan, I threatened to set the zombies in the Vistani unless they returned my dear boy. They replied he had already been sold to the vampire Baron Metis. Something inside me snapped. I released the zombies, and the entire tribe was eaten alive. Yet the story has not ended. Before she died, the leader cursed me, saying, "Live you always among monsters, and see everyone you love die beneath their claws." Even now, so many years later, I can hear her words with painful clarity. A short time later, I found my dear Erasmus made into a vampire. He begged me to end his curse, which I did with a heavy heart. The darkness had torn him from my loving arms forever, and I foolishly believed the curse had exacted its deadly toll. I wept until an insatiate desire for vengeance filled the bottomless rift in my heart. As an aside, I hate the developers of this game because that is a fucking long.
Super novel. Yeah. Cliff notes, people. Cliff notes. Come on.
Wow.
So, Pabu, while you're reading that, what are you guys doing downstairs?
Don't worry, guys.
Sorry.
I'm just up here reading War and Peace. I'll be down in a minute.
Sorry, Revan, I think I interrupted you.
No, I wasn't there to hear it anyway. So, let me scroll down so I can see what's at the bottom. Gonna examine the statues first.
Yeah, so you enter inside and
Yeah.
check out. They're pretty massive statues. Like they take up a good 4 feet around. Like they're bigger than Pavu.
Okay, so first point of order. I'm gonna observe the ground around them. Does it look like it's been disturbed, like they've moved?
Not around their legs, no. Though, as you're observing it, it looks like they do have joints in their arms.
Yeah. Does it look like? I mean, where they're stationed? Does it in some way relate to where the chains are?
They are stationed right in front of the chains.
Ah, okay. Gotcha. All right. Well, I'll also check out then. I guess the boxes, crates.
All of the crates are empty.
Are they marked in some way?
Not really. It looks like at some point they must have had a stamp on them, but it is faded beyond recognition.
Okay.
Corvus, Selphaba, Fitter, Zeros, what are you guys up to?
I am going to not quite go in yet. I'm going to look around and see if there's any signs of possibly the tiger being around.
Ooh.
Yeah, you look around and you spot no signs of the tiger, but you do spot in the mud there is a tiger paw print.
Okay.
But no eye print.
I see what you did there.
I don't.
What?
It's the eye of the tiger.
Oh.
Come on.
The Fitter,
One of
you're
us
going
gotta get a
inside?
soundboard.
Yeah, I'll go inside. I'm curious. And seeing as I've heard no explosions or death rattle, so move ahead.
Yeah, as soon as you pass through this wall, your sort of connection with nature seems to fade a little bit. You can definitely feel the anti-magic around you. Revan, you probably feel just a little bit first. Like, you wouldn't know what it was if it wasn't for you knowing that there's anti-magic around this. Zeros and Corvus, as you guys watch the other two go in, it looks like the door is slowly closing on its own.
I will rush into the place then.
Yeah, for sure. Corvus, do you want to stay outside or?
Oh.
Ooh.
I'm gonna stay outside and try and find a different way up to where Pablo is.
Yeah, as Alphaba's looking for this tiger tracks, this door closes on its own. It seems to stay open for about a minute before it closes on its own. And as soon as it slams shut, you feel this sort of electrical pulse emanate from it a little bit, like it recharges itself.
Darn it, my dance went to waste.
From the inside, the three of you can tell that there's no handle on this side, but you do see sort of scrapes and smudges against a very particular part of the door that looks like it's pushed open often.
I'm gonna
yes.
look around the. I mean, is the lift? Is there like a platform that's down on this level, or it's up above?
It's just up above. Do you look up
Yes.
to try and spot it? When you look up, the four statues spring to life. Pavu, upstairs, you see the elevator start jerkily moving down. And the three of you inside see the statues pulling the chains.
Yeah.
Am I done reading at that point?
I'd say so, yeah.
I'm gonna look through the desk for anything else.
Nothing of value. A couple dried out pens.
Okay. I'm gonna look in the stove, in the wood pile.
Yeah, specifically looking in those, you don't find anything of interest.
And finally, I'm gonna look into the armor, inside the, helm, whatnot, gauntlets, tucked away in there.
You can see that it's actually not bolted to the wall, but you're not sure why you can't get it off.
Bed, rifle the bed.
Bed's empty, but
Okay.
comfortable.
I'm gonna punch
the-
the suit armor.
It dents a little. It's also covered in spikes. I should have mentioned that.
Oh,
Presumably you
that's
punch
worth
where it's
mentioning.
not on the spikes.
Is it full plate?
It would be full plate if it had like the straps and stuff.
Well, I have straps and stuff.
It's not unlike the animated armor that you fought in the first house. Seems to be made by the same smith. The elevator gets to the ground and fits perfectly in this little alcove at the very bottom here. The statues, as soon as the ladder's down, or the elevator's down, they stop moving, and you get an air of expectancy from them.
Gentlemen, shall we?
Yes.
Can we fit all on one?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's a
You
pretty
don't take
big
any room
5
at
feet.
all.
Okay. Yeah. Well,
So once the three of you step on, you probably look around a little bit, unsure how to activate it. When you look up, they immediately start pulling the chains again. They lift you to the second floor. The second floor is filled with dust and cobwebs. The wooden floor is badly rotted and partially collapsed. You get to the third floor and you see what Pavu saw, that this one is covered with black mildew on the walls and the floor is completely rotted.
As I hear it coming back up, I'm going to look around one last time for anything that I might see that might be interesting that I missed.
You see absolutely nothing that could be interesting here, unfortunately.
When their heads poke up, I'm going to lean down and go, boom! Silly goblin.
You haven't seen many goblins, have you?
I've seen one. I'm gonna look at
Really?
you
What was his name?
intently. I believe its name was Fitter.
Oh, that's my name.
I hand the parchment to Ribbon, and I start to conduct a thorough search of the room.
I'll read.
Okay, you start reading this.
Mm-hmm.
Give me 1 sec. For more than 3 decades now. No, I'm not going to read that.
5 hours later.
Yeah, you check out this page and learn about. It definitely says Rudolf van Richten at the top.
Does that name mean anything to me?
Do you know?
It's interesting that the vampire isn't named Strahd.
Baron
Perhaps
Metis.
Perhaps his predecessor.
Yeah, how about that name? Anything?
No, none of you have heard of this Baron Metis. Yes, you're up here. You're looking around. It's quite warm and comfortable. It seems like the fireplace had warmed this place, a couple days ago. So it's not. It's cold, but it's not like untouched for years cold.
Do you by the way, Peter, do you mention the head and the chest?
Nope.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess
Fair enough.
all of you smell this lavender. A nice lavender aroma.
I'm gonna look out the windows though and see if I can see anything while these guys go and explore and find that little gem for themselves.
So you see out the windows, you see Corvus and Elphaba down at the very bottom. Corvus, Elphaba, what are you guys up to? Corvus, you said that you were looking for other ways to get in. It looks like this is all hard stone all the way around, other than the hole in the 3rd floor.
There's no
the
cellar or anything.
Sorry?
There's no
There's no-
cellar.
No, unfortunately.
Okay.
The scaffolding is
last cellar
completely
went so
broken
well.
down.
I'm going to go to the window and try to wave at him. See if they see me.
Yeah, the shutters
You
are
can't
broken.
see over the ledge.
I'm jumping.
Seeing him jumping, I'm gonna pick him up by the back of his coat and lift him up.
I look. See if I can see him.
So yeah, is there anything you guys would like to investigate, the 3 of you now?
I
That you're
will,
up here?
if I happen to notice the scent, I guess I'll investigate the source of the scent.
Yeah, you open up the chest and see a Vistani head looking straight up on you. It is obviously dead because it's been cut off. Though you notice a slight sheen to it, like a strange oily, waxy sheen.
Is this the... yeah.
Bag of colding.
You don't think that this is the Rudolf von Richten, or whatever his name was?
No,
Probably
he wasn't
not.
Bastani.
When I see the head, I'll start giggling.
Nice to meet you.
Would any of you like to make a intelligence check?
Yeah.
Oh, I would. I would.
Oh boy.
Pick me.
Oh.
That's
You,
right. That's
yeah,
right.
you have no idea. Sorry, I meant to
Go
say
ahead.
I meant to say Arcana. Do you have a bonus to Arcana?
Yeah. Hold on.
I have a +1, which would have actually made that a 19 if I can just use that one.
Yeah, I'll use that. 19 lets you know that. So Pablo, your 5 lets you know that lavender smells nice.
Ooh, it's so pretty.
A 19 lets you know that lavender's not often used in embalming oils, but it occasionally is when it has an arcane component to it. You believe that this head is prepared specifically to interact with the Speak with Dead type spell, though you're not sure exactly how. Speak with Dead, you would also know, is, I believe, as long as they've been like a year. Give me
It'd be
one
great
sec.
if we had a cleric.
So, actually, the corpse could last as long. It could be sort of alive for as long as it need. There's no time limit on it, but they forget what they know. Like they forget that there was ever a conversation. You think this oil has something to do with that?
I'll impart that to those of them that are up here with me. I don't have that ability.
Well, throw it in the bag. We'll find someone.
Will the chest fit in the bag?
Probably not. It's a big chest, relatively big chest.
Is the head messy?
No, it's got a weird it's like touching
Wax.
a candle that's slightly melted candle.
All right.
But otherwise it's fine.
Yeah, I'll throw the
Do
head
we
in the
all
bag.
see the armor? Our armor? Sorry.
Yes.
This throwing a head in the bag won't at all be conspicuous if we if we get
There's another
searched.
head in there already, so
What?
What was it? What was the other head in there?
I don't know. I just saw it in there, and I was like, okay, sure.
What? What?
What?
I thought I
I
saw
don't-
a head in there. I don't
It
know.
wasn't me, I swear.
Are you hallucinating?
Is this your bag of holding character sheet? There's wolf heads. Oh no, yeah, there is something in here that says goddamn head
Yeah.
What?
That's what I read.
in the bag of holding character sheet.
What? What
I don't
kind
know.
of? All right. As I put the head, I'm like, what the? What? So what? What head is in here?
So there's a lance, a great sword, a maul, a
Oh, wait.
javelin.
Oh,
Goddamn head. We're talking about how much head weighed.
It's
Uh,
10.
Was that?
Who?
I think you took Esmeralda's head, didn't you? Or
No.
Okay.
No, that was. There's 2 rapiers in there, which I think were the 2 rapiers you bought before getting to the town. None of us
Wolf
remember
heads are in
what
there
this
for the
head
money. It's a
wolf head-
goddamn head. That's what it is.
Well,
Yeah.
we've got it on video somewhere. We'll figure it out.
We'll
I'm like,
figure it
oh,
out later.
we're developing a collection apparently.
Yeah, for now you just have like a big question mark
This
floating in there.
I'm looking in here. We look like serial killers.
What do you mean look like?
It's really
Okay,
just a
fair
sphere
point.
with a developer texture on it.
I asked Fitter if he knows anything about the armor and why we can't pull it off the wall. Maybe he can do an Arcana check.
I can try Arcana, I guess. I don't
Yeah.
know. I'm not good at Arcana.
You don't know anything about this armor, and yeah, you don't know anything.
Yep,
Okay.
don't know.
Uh,
Looks cool.
So, not to give you guys any hints, but why exactly were you in this tower?
We're looking for secrets about Strahd.
It was a there
no,
was
something about a prophecy.
prophecy.
Well, it was
The
about to follow the servant. There was the thing about the master. So it was about
What?
Rudolph von Richten or whatever his name was.
Yeah, I just want you to check out what the wording of it is.
Let the wizard's name and servant guide you to that.
I don't remember. Where are you finding that?
It's in the prophecy. It's a handout about the prophecy.
It's at the top of all the player folders, and it says it's Madame Eva's Taroka reading.
Okay. The problem with you giving us such good handouts is that I don't take any notes. I can't find anything.
Check it later.
Let the wizard's name and servant guide you to that which you seek.
What'd you guys say? Zanastra? I'm gonna lean out the window and say, Alfaba!
Yes.
What's that word say on the door?
Kazan.
Kazan.
Kazan!
So Revan, when you said Kazan, did you say that, or did
Yeah.
Sean say that?
No, that Revan said that.
So Revan, when you say Kazan, you say it before Pavu. The armor turns to you.
Oh.
It turns to you and gives a small bow. with a big kershonk.
Well, look at that.
Guide us to that which we seek.
It sort of, it doesn't have eyes, so you can't tell that it's staring at you, but it's just kind of like...
It shrugs.
just shrugs.
Maybe ask it where the wizard is. I don't know.
Certainly. Where is your master?
He cocks his head and then he takes a finger and goes,
Is this your master? Pointing at the head. Ah.
Are there any other
Great.
secrets?
Great.
It doesn't respond to anyone but Reven.
Yeah, I
talking
was
to it.
asking Reven to
Oh.
ask him.
What were you asking?
Any other secrets or anything? Maybe he knows. I don't know.
Do you ask that to him, or?
Yeah. Is there a secret here that we should know about?
All right.
Where is the foretelling? Which card is it?
It's the Taroka reading. So it just literally says, this card tells of history. Knowledge of the ancient will help you better understand your enemy. Look for a
It's
wizard's
under-
tower on a lake. Let the wizard's name and servant guide you to that which you seek.
So, seeking the knowledge.
So this
Ask
armor...
him how to defeat Strahd.
Certainly. Is there knowledge here that would help us to defeat Strahd?
He scratches his beard.
He scratches the armor. So shrink, 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 shrink. He turns around, and you can see that while he wasn't bolted to the wall, he was hiding something. There is a small crack in the side of this tower, and he pulls out from this crack a book. This book has a particular sigil on the front that you recognize as Strahd's crest.
Ooh.
Interesting. I'll take it from him and read it.
Give me one sec. As you flip through it, you realize that most of it is completely illegible. So the book itself is thick leather, covered with steel hinges and fastenings, though it's unlocked. The pages are of parchment and very brittle, and it's written in a curious shorthand. Stains and age have made most of the work illegible, but several paragraphs remain intact and readable. It looks something like this. The passage that you can read, give me one sec to find it. There is a passage that you can read, and it is another wall of text, so I apologize in advance. I am the ancient. I am the land. My beginnings are lost in the darkness of the past. I was the warrior. I was good and just. I thundered across the land like the wrath of a just god, but the war years and the killing years wore down my soul as the wind wears stone into sand. All goodness slipped from my life. I found my youth and strength gone, and all I had left was death. My army settled in the valley of Barovia and took power over the people in the name of a just god, but with none of a god's grace or justice. I called for my family, long unseated from their ancient thrones, and brought them here to settle in the Castle Ravenloft. They came with a younger brother of mine, Sergei. He was handsome and youthful. I hated him for both. From the families of the valley, one spirit shone above all others, a rare beauty who was called perfection, joy, and treasure. Her name was Tatiana, and I longed for her to be mine. I loved her with all my heart. I loved her for her youth. I loved her for her joy. But she spurned me, Old One was my name to her, elder and brother also. Her heart went to Sergei. They were betrothed. The date was set. With words, she called me brother, but when I looked into her eyes, they reflected another name, Death. It was the death of the age that she saw in me. She loved her youth and enjoyed it, but I had squandered mine. The death she saw in me turned her from me, and so I came to hate death, my death. My hate is very strong. I would not be called death so soon. I made a pact with death, a pact of blood. On the day of the wedding, I killed Sergei, my brother. My pact was sealed with his blood. I found Tatiana weeping in the garden east of the chapel. She fled from me. She would not let me explain, and a great anger swelled within me. She had to understand the pact I made was for her. I pursued her. Finally, in despair, she flung herself from the walls of Ravenloft, and I watched everything I ever wanted fall from my grasp forever. It was 1,000 feet through the mists. No trace of her was ever found. Not even I know her final fate. Arrows from the castle guards pierced me to my soul, but I did not die, nor did I live. I became undead forever. I have studied much since then. Vampire is my new name. I still lust for life and youth, and I curse the living that took them from me. Even the sun is against me. It is the sun and its light I fear the most, but little else can harm me now. Even a stake through my heart does not kill me, though it holds me from movement. But the sword, that cursed sword that Sergei brought, I must dispose of that awful tool. I fear and hate it as much as the sun. I have often hunted for Tatiana. I have even felt her within my grasp, but she escapes. She taunts me. She taunts me. What will it take to bend her to love me? I now reside far below Ravenloft. I live among the dead and sleep beneath the very stones of this hollow castle of despair. I shall seal shut the walls of the stairs, that none may disturb me.
Interesting. And I'll rereading this.
Raven,
aloud.
would you read that aloud to us?
I did read it aloud, yeah. So there's an interesting few bits here. One, Strahd is stupid. Two,
There's a sword.
there's a sword, and we've heard rumor of a sword. I would not doubt that they are perhaps connected in some way. In fact, they may be the same, one and the same. We should probably seek that out. If he fears it, we should find it. But, good gosh. The fact that he made himself into a vampire on some sort of promise, or some sort of thought that he could bend somebody to love him, and killed his brother in the process. Well,
I agree.
certainly interesting, to say the least, but it tells me a lot about this Strahd.
So as you're reading this passage, or rather, as you flip through the rest of the book, you realize there are snatches of legible portions. You can actually attune to the item, and as you attune to it, you begin to learn the shorthand that Strahd uses, and can make a investigation check after 8 hours of research. This says a day of downtime, but I would actually change that to be like 8 hours cumulative of research in a book will get you an investigation check. So if you from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., you could probably get a good 6 hours.
Does it have to be me, or can I hand it off to somebody else who's better at investigation? Hint, hint.
Just as an aside, Corvus has a +5 investigation.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm intimating.
Yeah, Corvus, do you know how to read?
Well, I think so.
Yes, yeah. Corvus isn't here, of course, but
All right. Well, I'll
Goyle,
yeah,
I didn't know you could read.
as you learn this from Strahd, as you read this aloud, you feel like you have a tool in your hands, something that is powerful. Knowledge is power. You feel like you are closer to understanding what Barovia is and who Strahd is. All of you, including Fitter, level up to level 5.
Yay!
Do-do-do-do-do-do.
Ding!
So those of you who haven't played much of D&D, level 5 is where real shit starts to happen.
Yeah.
The martial characters like Pavu get to make 2 attacks per turn. Spellcasters get 3rd level spells, which can do things like raise the dead and fly and crazy things like that. And your cantrips all get stronger.
That's right.
I get major image.
I'm about to get a steed, y'all.
Heck yeah!
Indeed.
So for the stream, I think it might be a good idea for us to take a 10-minute break, quickly level up our characters, and come back in a minute, or in 10 minutes.
The levels. I will take the levels.
Good.
Yes.
Works for me.
All right,
we'll
I
be
will-
right back, guys. we are back.
All right, welcome back to level 5.
What?
Our adventurers have been staying in, or have been leveling up in their tower. You found the Tome of Strahd and feel a magical presence coming from it. Yeah. The armor continues to look at you, Reven, as you sort of, I imagine when you're reading, you're like pacing throughout the room, and the armor keeps an eye on you. You hear it jingling a little.
Do you serve me now? Yes, you serve me now.
Can you turn into armor for a horse?
It gives a shrug that says it's never tried.
We should go downstairs. I want to try something.
Well, remember we have a 4th floor to explore as well, but...
This is the 4th floor.
Oh, I thought we were on the 3rd floor.
No,
That
you
was
had,
fast.
Yeah, you had gone up to the 2nd and 3rd, and they were both
Gotcha.
destroyed.
Is there a floor? So we're at the top floor.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, then yes, let's go back down.
Yeah, so you get back on the elevator, kind of unsure what to do, but when you look down, it seems like the statues downstairs will follow you, or will activate.
I'm gonna pick up the goblin so it doesn't fall.
The armor will step up right next to you and go on the elevator with you. And as you exit the hallway, or exit the tower, the armor follows, stepping right behind you, Reven.
Isn't it interesting that there's no magic, but this thing looks magic?
Maybe something with enchantment is immune.
I'm gonna, as I'm holding the goblin, look over it and say, "Yes, you're right."
By the way, this is what the tower inside looks like. I can
Oh
show
man, that's
you
much
now.
cooler than I was envisioning.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
That's cool looking, yeah.
I'm gonna set down the goblin, take a knee, and begin
Spend
casting.
spend 10 minutes.
Yes, I am.
I've just been outside with Elphaba, and we've been like talking about the weather and
Oh,
walking around.
speaking of which, Corvus,
Your mic's not down, love.
I've got something for you. This is much more your realm of expertise than mine, and I'll hand her the book. There are passages in here that you probably will want to spend some time observing and understanding.
I put it in my backpack or satchel or whatever.
Okay.
Thank you. I'll let you know what I find.
So a good 10 minutes pass as Pavu is, I don't know if he's praying or what, but you hear the sounds of hooves in the distance, and from the mist behind the tower steps forth a skeletal warhorse. It's not on fire, but it doesn't have skin.
I will hold out my hand to it.
It does what you'd expect a horse to do. Probably nibble at your fingers, but it has no lips, so it just kind of chomp.
That's just plain weird.
I think everything in this place is weird.
Do you want to give your horse a name?
You shall be known as Donkashane.
Can you spell that for me?
No.
Just call him Donka. D-A-N-K-E.
So wrong.
You will not call him Donka.
Oh my goodness.
If you can type that in the chat or something. Until then, he'll be Donkey Shane, because I don't know. So yeah, you guys see this skeletal horse walk towards the mist, or walk towards you from the.
Speaking of which, is Tim still following Corvus around?
He's
Don't we have 2 horses
he's-
now?
Yeah. Yep.
yeah.
The
Tim's
warhorse.
Moving on
You-
up.
Donkey.
You put it in the crap.
The stable.
The inn.
Why did we
yeah.
put it in the crap?
I stabled my horse.
Isn't there 2? Don't we have
There's-
2 horses?
3
Tim and
altogether
Jim,
now, right?
right?
Tim and Jim.
Yeah.
Yeah, one was the one that fled, and the other one was the one that Esmeralda had.
Yes, the one Esmeralda had. I guess you did take with you.
Mm-hmm.
Did we?
I assume that you stabled
Yeah.
them both.
There's Donkashane for you.
Yes.
Like shit.
What is that? I have no idea what that is.
Watch Ferris Bueller.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh,
It means
like,
thank you.
and you're welcome. Yeah, in German or something.
Is he wearing tack and bridle, or do I not need him?
He is wearing a tack and bridle. He even has a little bit of barding on him.
I will mount.
His AC is 13.
Reven,
Aye.
would you be willing to see if your armor could mount my horse?
What do you mean exactly? You mean ride it?
No, bard it. See, it's a pun.
Certainly. Can you bard the horse?
The armor looks over at it and is like
Try.
shrugs, and it kind of like you could see the metal on its cheeks heat up a little bit, and it kind of like turns the corner and coquettishly like takes off a shoulder piece, shaking nervously. You as he like pulls the shoulder piece off, it snaps back when he lets go of it. It seems he's being held together with magic, and he's not sure exactly how to undo that. Though he tries for his effort, he tries.
That's fine. That's fine.
We'll look
Apparently,
into
the
it
answer is
further later.
Do you want to name this armor?
no. Rusty.
All right, just as long as you start, personifying it and enjoy it when it dies.
I kind of picture it being like Full Metal Alchemist.
Yeah. Except it just can't talk.
Yeah.
I'll make an Al token.
Yeah. Or I mean Al. I said Ed. Al.
Ed token.
No, we're all taking a nap now.
All right. Well, what time of day is it?
With the time you spend exploring this tower, I'd say it's about noon now.
Well, we could go visit your I guess you mentioned that we might want to keep the hag alive.
For the moment.
We've got the festival tomorrow, and I have plans for the festival. But is there someplace else we might want to explore? Do we want to see if we can find the Salinka Pass, perhaps?
We're fairly close to the vineyard.
Oh, that's true. Let's do that.
Yes.
Are we?
If we could come back to town with wine, that would certainly get us into these ungrateful townsfolk's good graces.
I agree with that. I think
Are
that's
you
a
talking
wise-
about the Wizards of Wine Winery?
Exactly that.
Yes, that's the one, Goblin. What do you know of
I
it?
can show you. I can show you.
Excellent. We'll lead on.
Okay. I will lead them that direction.
As you head that direction, as you cross the land bridge, a raven flaps over and lands on a branch near you. you notice actually that it has a letter attached to it.
I'll take the
A
letter.
small note. Yeah, you take the note. It allows you and sort of
I'll
flies
say-
off the moment after.
I'll say, message for you, sir.
Just as long as you don't get an arrow when it happens.
Find some coconuts, goblin.
It is written in a nice sort of flowy handwriting, and it says, "The enchantments on the church have failed. Please come back, Irina."
Oh
Or-
no.
She uses her code name, which is Tatiana.
Oh,
That's interesting.
Do you remember that she
Have
was
we-
using that code name?
I didn't
No.
remember that she was
Well,
using that
no.
code name. But that has significance now after having read what I read. Yeah, we need to go back to Valaki immediately. The enchantments on the church have apparently failed, and I'm not certain why.
Okay.
Delvin
So-
probably stole the bones.
Heading that way with haste.
Yeah, for sure. Heading that way, you actually don't encounter any other issues. You pass by the stone that goes to Baba Lysaga, or not Baba Lysaga, that goes by Yenny Greenteeth's house, and everything is fine. You
Is
cross-
everything awesome?
The Lego
Oh.
movie hasn't been topical in a very long time.
I know.
Says you.
You get to the edge of Lackey, and the gates are closed as normal. The guards seem to not think there's anything wrong. They sort of look at Fitter a bit weird. Actually, before you approach there, the suit of armor follows along with you. Fitter and the armor both have a 25-foot move speed, so they're not like trailing behind you, but they're just slightly slower.
I'm gonna grab Bitter by the head and put him up in front of the seat in front of him.
Ah! Ooh, 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 I can see a lot up here.
Yes, Goblin.
Uh,
It's good to be tall.
And yeah, so the armor is following you along as well, and you realize as you sort of cross the bridge close to Valaki that it's kind of weird having a skeleton horse.
Oh yeah.
I thought you said it was covered in barding.
It's got metal scraps and like barding on it, but it has no face.
Should I risk it?
With Fine Steed, you can actually, I believe, as an action, dismiss it, and then as another action, bring it back.
Hmm.
Oh, no, you do have to cast the spell again to bring it back, but you can dismiss it as an action.
Just before we... So I can't even find the map. Where we are on the map here. When we first see the gates, we'll be several hundred feet away, right?
Yeah, for sure.
All right. When we first see the gates, I will dismount from Donkashane, pat his head, and say, "Wait for my call. Let nothing bar your way." And I will nod for him to go in towards the woods.
Should we leave Rusty here as well?
And
I
I'll
don't-
also
I
pick
don't
the
see
goblin
why
up
we
by the
should.
head and put him on the ground too.
Sorry, Reven, what did you say?
I don't think we should leave Rusty. I'm gonna hand him one of the I'll hand him one of the silvered silvered short swords and say, "It's your job to defend me."
It nods.
And yeah, head to the church.
We should paint him black.
I'm fine with
Yeah,
that.
you get into the town. It looks like nothing strange is really happening. People are still cavorting around. Cavorting's not the right word. People are still like being all sad and tired.
Cavorting
and-
sounds like much more fun.
Yeah,
They're
no, this is not a fun town.
They're moping.
Of course, I'm like, ooh, I haven't seen this place in a long time.
You get to the church, and Zeros and Reven, you guys feel like whatever was barring you from this church is no longer in place. You can fully enter.
I will do so.
I'm going to stay outside and watch.
I haven't fixed the tokens and stuff in this church, but I'll update it when needed. So Pavio, as you stand outside and watch, nothing really happens. Father Petrovic and Irina sort of rush to the rest of you as you enter. Yeah, Father Petrovic sort of is like, "Oh, you got that raven. I was hoping that it would reach you. I wasn't sure if you could return so quickly. Yes. I know that you've asked us to keep Irina Kolyana safe, or rather, to keep Tatiana safe. But I feel like the magic that was keeping us here has been dispelled. Beneath our church, there were bones of the martyr, Saint Andrel. They have been stolen."
I knew it.
Who would do such a thing? I mean, who's entered the church?
To be honest, we don't know. We were tidying up and we didn't hear anyone come. The only person who knows of this is me and Milivoy. But Milivoy will not answer my calls. I haven't had a chance to go to the orphanage where he stays. But I'm hoping that he can shed some light on this.
If he doesn't answer your calls, that seems a bit suspicious, doesn't it?
Milivoy would not be the one who stole this. I've known the lad for 20 years now, since he was born.
Doesn't mean that he couldn't be influenced by another. And I have suspicions as to who that might be.
I know not what you mean, but if you could investigate this for me, I would greatly appreciate it. I cannot leave right now, but if you could go find Milivoy.
I would. I'm going to turn to Rusty and I say, my instructions have changed. Your job now is to defend the Lady Irina.
Do you say Irina or Tatiana?
Is it just us here?
Yes.
Then I will say Irina. But I won't say it loudly.
Right. Yeah, Irina is sort of... You can see she's a little nervous right now, and she's jumps back a little bit when Rusty, who sort of infers that you mean her.
We found this magical construct at the tower. It listens to me.
I hope so. You've told it to protect me. I sure hope you know what you're doing.
Well, certainly one other thing at our disposal. I think we should use all the tools possible to keep you safe.
He's quite pointy.
He is.
But if you say he's going to protect me, I will trust you.
He hasn't offered us any harm.
Rusty shrugs.
All right. I think it might be best, milady, if you perhaps stayed with us, than if the church is no longer a sanctuary for you.
I can definitely stay with you, but do you think it's safe? I mean, it's not safe here, and to be honest, I don't fancy living the rest of my life in a church. Sorry, Father. He's like, none taken.
We should.
Yeah.
I think that it would be best for us to make you safe by virtue of making certain that those that would do you harm are taken care of in some way. So we shall endeavor to try to resolve that little problem, but in the meantime, maybe it is best that you stay near to us so we can protect you.
I would like that. Would you wait a moment for me to get my armor?
Certainly.
She'll bow and go to the far bedroom door, entering in. A few minutes later, she comes out with her shiny breastplate and silver rapier with a crossbow at her hip. She's sort of feels like she hasn't been in this armor for a while, so she adjusts it. She goes, I am ready.
Very good then. Well, what? And I assume it's just shortly afternoon.
Yeah.
Shall we go and investigate the winery then?
Uh,
The winery or
did
the
you
orphanage?
did you guys tell me,
the orphanage. Sorry, I said the winery. I was one track mind.
do you guys explain what's happened when you come out?
Oh yeah, I forgot you weren't in there. So yes, I would.
Okay. When they come out, I will open my character sheet because that's a thing I should do. And I will then cast Locate Object. Because I have seen these bones close up, and I in fact know what they look like.
You have.
Strangely. Don't know how that happened.
What you can tell is they are not within 1,000 feet of you.
Hmm.
Because you can see at the very bottom, there's sort of that distance tracker.
Can we? So it says up to 10 minutes. Can we move around and he will detect it if it happens to be within that 10 minutes and 1,000 feet?
I believe so. Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
You should ride ahead.
I'm gonna go for a jog.
Okay. Yeah. Since the 1,000 feet is this way, you could go sort of down the middle of town and collect most of the town.
Mm-hmm.
And that would take less than 10 minutes, I'd say. What you can tell, actually, is... Let me just double check. Let me double check something important. Give me half a sec.
I also want to make sure I get close enough to the psychotic noble, traitorous noble's house, where we had the poison dinner,
As well
and
as the
also the
burgomaster's.
manor. Yeah, the manor had the town hall.
Yeah, as you pass by these houses, nothing pings until you get to the warehouse district. You actually can brings you all the way to the coffin maker shop, and you believe it is on the second floor in there. I believe that would be about 10 minutes, and so it would fall off about there.
What did the rest of the party do when I started jogging?
Following that way, just probably you're sprinting. We're going as fast as the armor can move.
Okay.
I'm going to stay at the church because those bones were the only thing that were keeping that place sacred. So,
Okay. Yeah, Father Petrovic is pleased that you're remaining, though he's mostly just puttering around and cleaning at this point. Irina runs with you guys and is hustling to keep up. By the time you get to the end of the town, she's panting a little bit, but like doggedly trying to keep up. The coffin maker shop itself, it's 2 stories tall. It's very uninviting. It has a sign shaped like a coffin above the front door. All of the window shutters are closed up tight, and a deathly silence surrounds the establishment.
So the rest of the party caught up?
Yes, I imagine, Fitter and the armor are a little bit slower, but only by a couple...
I don't think we need an invitation in this particular case. Babu, if you wouldn't mind.
I would love to. I walk up and kick down the front door.
Yeah, make me a strength check.
Nice.
Good. Yeah, it's
Sorry.
quite strong.
Double-click.
It turns out someone who is a carpenter is, pretty good at their job. But you bash this door open.
I draw my sword and enter. And I click the drift globe on as I walk through the front door.
Give me just half a sec, because I have a map
Everybody else came besides Corvus, yeah?
Mhm.
Party pooper over here.
Yes, we know.
Wah, wah,
Oh, look, there's
wah.
something over there I need to look at.
All right.
Somebody has to be the responsible one.
That's me.
So Pavu kicks in the front door.
I kicked down the door.
Immediately inside, you see about a dozen coffins, actually. Arranged haphazardly along the floor of this musty L-shaped room are exactly 13 wooden coffins. As soon as you slam the door open, you hear a gasp coming from this back room, the sort of northern door.
Divine sense, please.
Divine sense.
Any zombies in those coffins?
No. No
Okay.
zombies, no vampires, nothing. You can't really sense like through solid objects, but all of these coffins are open.
Okay. I will proceed to here, and I will kick down that door as well.
This one, being an interior door, is a lot less
And
strong.
I kick hard.
You kick hard.
I'm trying to blow it straight off the wall.
Inside is a very sad-looking old man. He is, let's see. Yeah, so he looks to be about 65, big scraggly beard, very tired. It looks like he hasn't slept in days. And he is just sitting there like eating a sandwich at the time. And is just, what do you want?
Is he the coffin maker?
He is. You've met him before, or at least seen him outside the orphanage.
I will say, Zeros, subdue him, and I will turn and kick the door open to my left.
You kick the door open and see a staircase going upstairs.
I run up.
Henrik calls out, "No, don't go up there!" You still run up, I assume?
Oh, yes.
There are two doors. One to the left, one to the right.
Right makes might.
To your right or the map right?
My left, which is his right.
So this one
That door.
here?
Nope, the other one.
Oh, whoops. Yeah, you enter into a small little kitchenette. Square table surrounded by chairs and shelves of provisions. Zeros, you enter in this room, and Henrik is not moving. He's not like showing any signs of moving. He's still got a sandwich in his mouth.
He has priorities, Zeros.
What do the rest of you want to do?
I'm gonna head up, I guess, with Pavu.
I'm admiring the coffins.
Okay. Revan, as you walk up, you hear sounds of movement coming from the room to your to the map right.
Can I tell what kind of sounds?
Like a half dozen people running towards the door.
Pavu,
Oh,
danger.
I will turn and ready an attack.
And
Alright,
I will be at the ready as well.
Give me half a sec.
hopefully you let us know what's happening.
You would have heard
We
me
said
say
Pavu
that.
danger.
Would I have
Still at the
heard
bottom
that
of the
from
stairs.
I said it. I didn't
you
say
would
it
have.
cautiously.
As a few seconds later, the door to this hallway slams open, and you see a pale man with a pale, placid man with very sharp teeth.
Oh boy.
I have something for him.
He hisses at you. There is a woman behind him that looks something like this.
Oh, we've seen those before too.
I have something for her too.
Give me
Is her
half
first
a
or last name Spawn?
Oh wait, I readied an attack.
You are not close enough.
Well, yeah, but it's still readied for when he walks out the door.
Sure. I'll say if you want to be here, you can ready the attack.
Good God, yeah, yes, let's do that because I'm way down the initiative order.
Yeah,
Jesus.
So from there you can see 6
Holy crap.
vampires. Make an attack.
Well, everybody ready for party?
Ready or not, we're gonna get it.
Yeah.
16 hits. You can tell that he's not wearing armor, but he's got this sort of massive hardened skin.
I also have something else for him.
Is it divine
It is
smite?
divine smite like a motherfucker.
So the 6 slashing damage is halved to 3, but he also takes 20 radiant damage and immediately screeches out in pain.
Very nice. Very nice.
I need to... Yeah, so he...
Does radiant damage stop their regeneration?
Yes.
Sweet.
Zeros, you hear this happening upstairs. You hear the door open and a hiss. What do you do?
I go up the stairs.
Okay. So that would put you right past Reven.
Okay. Can I attack from this angle?
Yes, but he'd have cover, I'd say.
Okay. So that's just at disadvantage?
No, it's +2 to his AC.
Okay. All right. I will attack with my glaive.
That hits. 7 slashing damage. It's magical, so it bypasses his skin.
And again.
You critically
Oh,
hit him
wow! Very
through what
nice.
used to be his heart.
I hate British.
He is looking very hurt right now.
And again.
With the back end?
Yes.
Yes. That also hits. 5 bludgeoning damage. He staggers back in extreme pain.
Oh, I didn't use my shield.
Oh,
Damn
yeah.
it.
And you have extra attack.
And I have extra attack.
Jeez.
Wow.
Well, no, that was just a ready attack though. I think that's a reaction. So
You're
that's
right. A ready attack is a single attack.
a single attack.
Okay.
Ah.
Is it an attack action
It
or
is not.
It's just a
unfortunately.
single attack.
Okay.
That's all.
A man behind dashes over, and from this doorway, he seems to leap onto the wall and sort of crawl up around side the doorway, just at like head level above the placid spawn or
Fucking
above the
weirdo.
damaged one. He is going to claw at you, Pavu. No, he's not. He's going to climb on the roof directly above you using his dash action.
I'm gonna hit him with my reaction.
Yeah, for sure.
Damn it.
You miss. The placid spawn is going to
not regenerate HP?
not regenerate HP. Oh,
Not to be
Yeah, that
mistaken
should-
with the flaccid spawn.
That's what he's about to be.
I thought I had a. Oh, I did the wrong status. He should have what I'm calling radiation poisoning. In any case, he is going to claw you, Pavu. He gets a 23 to hits.
Oh, well, that actually hits.
Ouch.
So rather than doing damage, he grabs you by the throat and yanks your neck down towards him. He makes a bite attack. The bite attack gets a 24 to hit.
Oh, jeez.
So Pavu, I'd like you to mark down what your maximum HP is right now, and then take 6 piercing damage and 6 necrotic damage, and reduce your maximum hit points by 6.
So I'm taking a total of 12.
Total of 12, and max goes down by 6.
Okay.
And we still have the temporary HP, right?
Yes.
I did not get that.
Oh,
Oh.
right. Only some of you did, yeah.
It was 3
Oh,
of you.
okay.
So it was.
Okay.
I think it was Corvus, Zeros, and
Me.
Fitter.
I'm gonna add regen to these guys so I remember. And Elphaba,
Okay. I am
your microphone's not down, I think.
Yeah, it is.
Are you muted
Is
on
your
GridFam
headphones
or?
off?
It's down.
Hmm.
Sorry, I'm looking at your headphones.
Yeah.
If you just speak up, I can hear you through Pavu.
I'll turn my mic outwards.
Okay. I'm gonna do. First, I'm gonna move. Can I get there?
So right now, sort of, they are in these squares.
Okay. So no.
No,
You can
You
see
can-
them.
you can
can
see
see
the
one of
vicious.
them.
Yeah, you can see the vicious spawn on the rooftop. You've actually got a clear line of sight because he's on the ceiling.
Oh.
Oh,
So I
what
can
a
attack him then.
feeling
Mm-hmm.
to
Attack
be
the
crawling on the ceiling.
But I can only see one of them.
Yeah.
That's
you
right.
do the one.
Bummer. Okay. Then I. Okay. Then I'm gonna do Scorching Ray on him.
Okay, fire all 3 at him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Nice.
Dead on. 8 fire damage for the first attack.
Just have to click it 2 more times
Yep.
and then reset the spell.
You don't have advantage, so that's not a crit, but 5 fire damage is not bad. 17 just barely hits him, but the 10 fire damage sort of scorches a hole in his robes. And you smell burning dead flesh. Anything else on your turn?
She says no.
All right. Irina will sort of isn't sure what to do. She runs up and gasps as she sees Pavu. She is going to call out, Pavu, steel yourself! And as a bonus action, give you 8 temporary hit points. As her voice is almost angelic to your ears.
I will glance back down at her and nod in appreciation.
You guys hear the sounds of an old man scrabbling from dinner, throwing a sandwich on the ground, and running to a door.
Hmm.
Wait, there's a gnome down there. I mean, a goblin.
The scarred spawn, a scarred man, sort of runs up onto the ceiling, onto the wall, and shuffles over to the ground next to Pavu. That would be. Let me just see if spider climb is. No, he still has to use half his movement speed, so he has to dash to do it. So he lands next to you and ends his turn. Rusty is going to move immediately in front of Irina and ready an attack to anything that hurts her. With the silver longsword, following your instructions as best he can. Fitter, a flurry of stuff just happened. What do you want to do?
I'm totally new to this, so he is going to jump up on this casket and ready a. I'm gonna ready. Let me do already moonbeam.
Okay, if you see a vampire,
If I see a vampire,
anything.
I will cast moonbeam on it.
okay. A female spawn steps to the edge of the doorway, leans over, and makes attacks against Pavu. You have cover against this.
Yay, cover.
She gets a 13, so misses you. And the second attack is a 23. She grabs you as well. A scowly-looking vampire runs onto the wall, then dashes onto the ceiling above Zeros. Hisses down at you with sort of vampiric spittle landing on your head. Reven.
The one that just scrambled onto the ceiling, I will use Crown of Madness against.
Yeah.
And
what is your DC?
14 it looks like.
Yeah, he fails.
So yeah, have that one attack the one behind it.
Yeah. Twisted crown of jagged iron appears on his head, and he must attack on his turn. Jeez. And he can make a wisdom saving throw at the end of each of his turns. Yeah, he looks like he's gonna do that. Anything else on your turn?
Bardic inspiration to let's see who's next up in the list, and actually Pavu probably needs it, so I'll give it to Pavu.
Okay. Pavu, it is your turn.
Let me see here. What am I wanting to do? I'm wanting to open that. I'm wanting to use Conquering Presence
Ooh.
because they can all see me.
What is your DC?
Not good, but I'm hoping that a couple of them will miss it anyway. It's only 12.
2 of them fail. Are you also doing the one that Reven is charmed? Or do you want to leave that one?
No, I do not want to do that one.
All right.
Wait, hold on. That would count as a negative effect on it, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah,
Do
you
not
don't want
wanna
him to be
do that
frightened. Yeah, because you want him to be able to attack perfectly.
Mm-hmm.
So the one directly above you is terrified, as is the scowling spawn who hasn't acted yet.
Okay.
What was that? That was conquering. Anything else on your turn?
I am not able to do an attack as a bonus action. I've got to take the full attack action to get the extra attack, correct?
Unfortunately, yeah.
Okay. Nope, that's it.
All right. The scowling spawn is frightened of you. It cannot can't willingly move closer to you. So he's going to sort of run behind a wall. And at the end of its turn, it can attempt to save again, and he fails.
Sweet.
Zeros.
Okay. For my action, can I use a spell and an attack with my weapon, or no?
No.
No. Okay.
No. It's only when you take the attack action do you get 2 attacks.
Okay. All right. And as far as like a spell goes, if it says any creature, that includes my party as well, or no?
Yes, as long as it doesn't say, yeah, it would specifically call out stuff like that.
Okay. I'm gonna cast Armor of Agathis on myself.
Good choice.
Yeah. Yes, you get temporary hit points. 15, in fact. So that was an action. Do you want to bonus action anything?
Yes. I'll use the back end of my glaive to hit that same guy
You
that
can
was.
only do that when you use the attack action.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Then I will.
And Hex and Hexblade's Curse. Actually, Hexblade Curse, if that's a bonus action, you can do that. But you couldn't use Hex because it's a leveled spell.
Yes. I will then just wait.
All right. Vicious Spawn is frightened. It's going to provoke from Zeros and Pavu as it scuttles into this other room.
I will hold.
You'll hold?
Yes.
Zeros, do you want to use your reaction and attack it?
I'll hold as well.
All right, he scuttles off. At the end of his turn, he makes a 22 on his Wisdom save and breaks the fear. The Placid Spawn hisses and said, "You should not have come here, but
Eat
you will be
dicks."
my. I will eat your dick." Wait, curses! And then he tries to bite you. 18.
Nope.
Yeah, you resist. He curses at you as he gets your armor and makes a claw attack. The claw attack gets a 15.
Ha 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 ha.
Elphaba. I cannot hear or see you.
Oh, wow.
Not sure why her mic's not working.
I mean, the camera's not working.
Now we can see you.
Yeah.
I'm leaning over so you can hear her through my mic.
And I can still only see the one.
There's another one that is right above Zeros now.
That one's charm, though. You'll see the Crown of Madness on that, so you know that's her even spell.
So unfortunately, from where you're standing, you can't see any others.
Okay.
She can't see the ones that are in the doorways?
No, not from the bottom of the stairs.
But I can.
I would say you can see them. You can see them, but they would have 3/4 cover, so they would have +5 to their AC.
You could twin spell. You could twin spell Witch Bolt.
What?
Or Chromatic Orb. Either one.
Yeah, I'm gonna do chromatic orb. Okay, I'm gonna twin spell the two I see with chromatic orb
Yeah, for sure.
with acid.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh.
9 misses the first one.
Okay.
You leave a trail of acid along their his walls. And 8 misses.
Dang.
So
Yeah,
just
that's spell
you
that.
just wreck all of his wallpaper.
Because
Just open holes in the walls so that it's not partially obscured anymore from her.
Not
Perspective.
enough. It's just yeah, it's just kind of dripping now.
screw his 70s decor.
That's what he gets for harboring vampires.
That's right.
Irina is going to call out to you, Elphaba, and say, "Quick, move aside so I can fire." And she pulls out her crossbow.
And I move out of her way.
All right. On her turn, she will dash into where you were, taking her crossbow. She has the same. They have +5 AC against her, but she's going to fire at the spawn, the Placid Spawn. He has 15 AC, which goes up to 20, so she misses, though gets very close. She'll then move out of the way so Elphaba can go back. You believe that Henrik is continuing to run. The Scarred Spawn stands up from behind Pavu and makes a claw attack to try and grab you, getting a 10, unfortunately. The second attack he gets is a 21.
That's unfortunate. That hits.
So he grabs onto you as well. Rusty will continue to guard Irina. And Fitter.
They seem to have it handled pretty well upstairs, so I'm
God
gonna
damn it, Goblin.
start looking into the coffins.
Well,
See
remember
what's-
there's the guy running, too.
I don't know who that is.
All of the
Yeah.
coffins here are open. And
Oh,
empty.
they're all open.
Yeah, they're all open and empty.
Okay. Well, that's not interesting. I'll go into this room.
Ooh, I heard a weird.
Weird buzz. Yeah, I'll go into this room and just start looking around.
Yeah, you see hundreds of tools. It looks like a carpenter. You can see everything you would need to make a coffin, including a bunch of wooden stakes
Ooh,
that
those might be-
perhaps some hypothetical sneaky party could have used to kill sleeping vampires.
They don't live here.
I'll start
the-
collecting the stakes.
Sure. Gather up. You can gather probably about like a dozen of these wooden stakes.
Okay.
The merciless spawn around the corner from Pavu is going to sort of awkwardly reach around, like trying to bite you.
Awkward reach around.
Yeah, that's my. She gets a 25. That's my
Hashtag.
specialty. So even with cover, she does 6 piercing and 6 necrotic, and your maximum HP goes down another 6 points.
Jeez.
The Scowling Spawn is sort of Crown of Madness. He's going to crawl back along the ceiling and attack the Placid Spawn. I assume that's what you commanded, right?
Yep.
Actually, he has to do that before he moves, specifically. But that's fine. He hits 23, doing 7 damage. Their claws specifically do not trigger their own thing. They don't bypass their own armor. So he only does 3 damage. I don't think Crown of Madness lets them like move away or anything.
Doesn't he get 2 attacks? They've all been getting 2 attacks.
To make the charm target must use this action to make a melee attack against a creature other than itself. The target can act normally in a turn if you choose no creature or if none within its reach. On its subsequent turns, you must use your action to maintain control on it. And it makes a wisdom save at the end of each of its turns. So it's going to make a wisdom save at the end of its turn, getting a 13.
Nope.
Does that beat your DC?
Nope.
Yeah, it stays collected. Reven.
Can I attack and still maintain concentration?
I believe the spell says you have to use your action to do it.
Okay. So I'll use my action to maintain it. Bonus action. Do I have anything I can even use? I don't think. Vicious Mockery is not bonus action, I don't think.
No, unfortunately. They're few and far behind between.
Yeah, there's not much else I can do, so I'll just maintain control. I may step down the stairs a bit to give room to somebody else that might want to move up.
Okay. Like, move about there?
Yeah, that works. I probably need to be able to see the vampire, so I'll kind of step, just to be able to see it, but other than that...
Okay. Yeah, you can still see him from there for sure.
Okay.
Do you want to give inspiration, or...?
I think I've used all my inspirations until I get a short rest.
Right. Pavu, you have an ass ton of spawns grabbing you.
Yes, I do.
Remember, you got your bardic inspiration.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm gonna actually grab myself by the skull and do some healing.
Makes sense.
Let's see, that is 14. I'm gonna drop 14 points healing on myself and get me back up to what my max can be.
Nice. Any bonus?
I can't attack as a bonus. I've got no spells I can currently cast as a bonus. No.
All right. The Scowling Spawn is still frightened. It is going to end its turn and make a Wisdom save. Getting an 8. He is still terrified of you.
You
Zeros.
thought I was the sun.
I'll try to attack the damaged one again.
Okay. You just barely hit because he's got cover from around the corner. 10 damage. Magical bypasses him.
Okay, and can I try to use my bonus action before my next attack, or no?
Didn't you curse him?
Yeah, I'd
No,
say so.
I did not.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll say you can. That hits. He is still up. Still
God.
not looking
Okay.
very good, though. You
right.
think he could survive another one of those types of hits.
Okay, I'll use my extra attack to attack him.
7 damage. He is still up, but would not survive another hit like that.
Man! That's all.
All right. The vicious spawn climbs up onto the wall above the scarred spawn. It's not going to attack. It's going to instead try and claw at your chest in such a way, Pavu, that you fall over. Make me an athletics or acrobatics check, because it's making a trip attempt. You hold your footing.
That's
This
good.
guy is trying to knock you on your back, but you just sort of bounce off the wall. The placid spawn is going to go in for another bite. He regenerates a little bit on his own, removing most of the damage, about half the damage that Zeros did to him. He gets a 14 on his bite, missing entirely, I assume,
Yes.
and slashes you with a claw, getting a 21.
Jeez.
Jesus.
That gets you sort of across the neck for 10 slashing damage.
I'm gonna use Stone's Endurance.
Not a bad time for that. So, yeah, do you,
Only
is that
3.
7 plus your con, I believe?
Oh, yes.
So,
Which
yeah,
is
you resist
2,
all
so
of
only
it.
1.
Nice.
You said 10 damage?
Yes.
And I'm gonna take that out of temporary. Because I forgot I had those.
All right. Elphaba.
Can you hear me?
Still can't hear you.
Bummer. Okay.
Turning my mic.
Can I move past Rusty and Raven? Or.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I left room.
Okay. And then I can see these vampires by Pavu.
Yes, you see all 4 of them.
Perfect.
Just don't hit
Remember,
one
the
with
one
the
right
crown.
above me. Yeah.
What?
The one right above me is charmed.
Oh.
What?
Okay. I am gonna use Fireball.
Nope, don't
Nope.
do that. That
Just kidding.
affects everyone in the sphere, not just enemies.
Oh. Well, that's a bummer. Alright.
It's a really big nuke, but you've got to be able to cast it where there's none of your friends.
Yeah, that's good.
I mean, I'm sure
Okay.
Pavu can survive that.
No, I don't want to hurt him. I like him. Okay, I'm gonna use Scorching Ray.
Okay. Do you want to target the most damaged one?
Yes, and then the other 2 closest.
Should she target one at a time, or she got to target all
No,
3?
she can target one at a time.
Here we go.
You miss
Oh.
him.
Gosh.
Mm.
Second roll would've been
You want to
nice.
keep firing at him?
Can I use luck?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
absolutely.
should.
So roll the attack again.
Okay.
There we
24
go.
hits.
Mhm.
7 fire damage sears into him. Attack number 2. Do you want to keep targeting the same guy?
Yes.
Gosh.
9 misses.
Bummer.
Do you want to use another point of luck on that?
Yes.
All right, make
Man,
one
you-
reroll.
Some of these rolls have been really low because that's at +6.
Oh.
9 misses again.
Jeez, that was
And your third and final attack. That hits. 9 damage does not take him out.
ah.
He is within
You
an
still got
inch
one
of
more
his
spell.
life.
Yeah.
Does Scorching Ray always do 3? Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
It's when you upcast it, it does more. So yeah, Elphaba, do you want to move back away?
No.
All right, Irina will sort of be like, "Oh, I can't get in."
Oh, bummer. Sorry, Irina.
She'll ready her crossbow against anyone that she sees.
She-
Sorry?
No, sorry.
The Scarred Spawn is going to pick up what the Vicious Spawn has done and try and trip you. Make me an athletics check, Pavu.
Is he on the ceiling?
He is not. He's on the ground.
Okay. Oh.
Jeez. Oh, Bardic Inspiration.
You have Bardic Inspiration.
It won't
Yes.
help.
Why won't it?
It's a critical fail. I mean,
It can help.
gives you plus 1d8.
Yeah, a critical fail doesn't mean insta fail. Only on attacks. So depends what you think this vampire spawn has. I'll give you a hint. He only has a single digit. You
I bet it's higher.
succeed.
Oh my god.
He rolled a 9.
Oh my goodness. All right.
That's awesome.
I wonder, is shove a replacement of attack or is it a full action?
Are you talking about me specifically, or?
No, for tripping and shoving, like
I
the
think it is the attack action. Yeah.
it is the attack.
I think
action?
it takes the attack action. Yeah.
Okay. So Rusty is going to guard Fitter.
I see a half-eaten sandwich. I'm gonna go eat it.
I'm gonna thump the fuck out of that goblin.
It is
You don't know what the shit I'm doing.
Yeah, but I'm gonna find out.
Shut your mouth.
Is it a good sandwich?
it is a wolf steak sandwich.
Mm.
Oh god, that sounds good.
You don't know what I'm doing.
The merciless spawn is going to make another bite attack against you. Ooh, if she had advantage, it would have been a crit. She gets a 9 instead. But
I
her
like that better.
claws, her claws come out. Luckily, you have cover, so your AC is 22, and she gets a 21.
Oh, that's nice. I don't think I've
The-
been fully missed by one yet.
Scowling Spawn is going to attack the wounded one.
Yep.
Kill it! Kill it with
its
fire!
claws, and kills it.
Yes.
With one last slash, it only does 2 points of damage, not going through the vampire's resistances. But the placid spawn falls to the ground, melting into the floorboards.
Nice.
Well, that's one.
Oh Jesus!
This is a problem.
He turns to look down at Reven and hisses like, "I will eat you." And he gets a 17 on his wisdom save.
Mm.
So I believe he breaks.
Until I cast Crown of Madness on it again.
Reven, it is your turn.
Let's see. Let me look at. So, I need to check something on Hypnotic Pattern. I haven't used this spell before, so. Just need to be sure.
It is each creature, so it will affect
Okay, that's what I was afraid of.
Pavu and Zeros.
All right, I'm just gonna try to cast Crown of Madness again.
Can you shout for us to close our eyes?
I don't
not
think
without
that's.
them closing their eyes too.
Yeah, I don't think that.
Oh.
And actually, it doesn't. It's actually not a sight thing. It seems. It's literally like a drug wave.
Oh, Whoa,
Actually,
man.
let me. So dissonant whispers. Let me check one other thing. Oh no, actually, I think I should probably do. I don't know. What do you think? Dissonant whispers or Crown of Madness again?
What's Dissonant Whispers do?
Uh, on a failed wisdom saving throw, they take 3d6 psychic damage, and they have to move as far away as possible from me.
But do they get to save every
Yeah.
turn?
Be good.
Well, it's a wisdom save, so if they save, it doesn't happen.
Gotcha. Well, your
Or-
call, man.
It would still move farther away, and we could try to bring everyone else up.
Yeah, I'll try it. I haven't done a second level spell yet, so I'll do Dissonant Whispers. So let's see. Oh, I could cast it at a different level.
Doesn't
No,
affect the save, does it?
I want to. Why is it asking me cast it? Oh, it is at level 1. So
He gets a 19 on his wisdom save.
of course he does.
Half damage or no?
It doesn't say it is.
Bummer.
Of
But is
course
it on
it's-
all of them or just one?
No, it's just
Yeah, that's
one.
Oh, okay.
Anything else on your turn?
I don't think there's anything else I can do. That sucks. Man, they're rolling well.
Mr. Pavu.
One of the two to my left is on the ceiling, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Um,
The vicious one.
okay. I'm gonna swing at that bitch twice.
Yeah, sure.
I didn't state this clearly when I first attacked, but I am using the silvered longsword.
Ah, yes. The silver, unfortunately, does not seem to have a special effect on them.
Okay.
16 hits. 11 slashing turns into 5.
And I will smite for smitiness.
Yeah, absolutely. Not the best smite, but still pretty good. 13 radiant damage, and he has radiant poisoning.
I will take my second attack.
Just barely hits him.
And I will exhaust my final smite.
He gives an undead screech as he you slough off like a bunch of his skin, leaving just undead necrotic muscle.
And I will try and push him down so he falls onto his fellow.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'll give him disadvantage on his resistance.
Boom.
Yeah, he falls directly onto his ally. They are both prone.
I like it. Did they take any damage?
He only fell 5 feet.
But worth asking. Worth asking.
It's worth asking. The Scowling Spawn is still frightened.
That's awesome.
At the end of his turn, he gets a Wisdom save. He gets a 12. What is your DC?
Oh, God, I think it is 12. Let me double check. It is 12.
You hear him battle cry. So it is midnight. This is typically our cutoff point. It's the end of the round. We can begin next week at the top of the round, depending on how tired everybody is.
Pretty tired.
Sure.
Let's cut it off, shall we?
Yeah, we can call it here.
All right, I will hit next turn, and next week we will pick up with Zeros, seeing if he can save Pavu's life.
Been hanging in like a champ.
Thanks to everybody who has watched us this far. I'm sorry we've had some stream issues, and we will pick this up next week on Vampire Hunters.
It's way better than last week, so there's that. We're moving in the right direction.
Later,
mean,
guys.
No one's died yet.
Yes.
The opera board is yet.
Mm-hmm. It's a very important yet.
All right, I will catch you guys on the Discord. Those of you who are watching, our Discord is going to be linked in the doobly-doo.
The doobly-doo.
The thing.
We'll figure it out. Bye.
All right, see you guys later.
Yeah.